Morning, everybody around the region and around Antigua and Barbuda for this fourth round match of the CWI West Indies Championship, 4-day first class match between West Indies Academy and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Unfortunately, we've had a lot of rain overnight here at Coolidge in Antigua, and the rain is persistently coming down as the covers are on part of the outfield, and of course the entire square is covered. So we have no play at the moment due to rain, but whenever we do get play, we'll keep you updated throughout the day on Cricket 360 for our ball-by-ball commentary of this important encounter between Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Of course, they took first innings points against Leeward Islands Hurricanes in round 3. And this fourth round clash is against the young West Indies Academy team. They'll be looking to put their best foot forward, having had the best of starts too with the campaign. And I'm sure they'll be eager to get on the ground. News from Coolidge at the moment is that there's no play due to rain. We'll be back on 360 on Windies Cricket YouTube channel as soon as we get further details. Good morning and welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground here in Antigua for the West Indies Championship Round 4 first class match between West Indies Academy and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And unfortunately, just to update you, there's a rain delay, so no play as yet. But we have in the meantime Trinidad and Tobago head coach Riyad Ebrat. Morning, Riyad.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Excellent. Thank you for your time. Now, it's your first season as coach of Trinidad and Tobago. How's it going so far?
It's been good. We're off to a pretty good start. It's always nice to get off to a good start. I think the guys have been playing really good cricket. Overall, we've been good. Our batters has been getting a lot of runs, which is nice to see. It's been in the past our bowlers has been dominating, but it's good to see our batters dominating at the start of the tournament. So it's good. as a coach to see the batters, really going out there, and we've been asking them to bat long periods, and getting hundreds, getting big hundreds is
Mhm.
important for us.
And you're at the moment you're just about 2.2 points off the lead behind defending champions Guyana Harpy Eagles. Good position to be in. 3 rounds left in the tournament. You think you can go right through this year?
Yeah, it's important to continue where we left off. The first 3 rounds. It's really important that we don't get complacent. We spoke a lot about the academy team. They're at the bottom of the stack, but they're still, I think they have some decent players in their
Mhm.
realm as well. So we need to continue the momentum, and don't take anything for granted. We're in a good position, yes, but we still have, 4 games left. And if we could continue getting good results, it will be good for us. After this game, we have, Barbados, then Jamaica, then Guyana. So it's important for us to keep with the momentum with the teams that are on top.
Yeah, sure, because a few heavy games coming up, if you like. But at the moment, you got the leading run scorer in Jason Mohammed. The twilight of his career, you may say, but I saw that he was talking about he still wouldn't mind playing Test cricket. And also Kerry Pierre at 33 coming into his own. We've always known, what he can do, but he's certainly having a great season also.
Yeah, Jason, as you said, the twilight of his career, he's shown exactly why he's been selected. I know a lot of talk has been going on why he's selected at 38. But if you look back at our preparations, he had a double hundred in our North South game. Then, 3 centuries in the first class. He's
Mhm.
shown exactly what we need from our batters. He's laid the foundation. He's set the bar high. He wants to score runs. He's hungry to score runs. The conversations are there if he's gonna make a return, if selected. He's up for it. He wants to play. But if it happens, it happens. If not, he just want to enjoy his cricket, and it's good to have someone like him in the team. Where
Mhm.
he's the senior guy, and he's leading from the front. The younger batters in the team can always go and ask, what he's been doing, what he's done throughout his career to be so successful at this level. Carrie Pierre, we know the type of player he is. He's not one to pick up wickets consistently, but one to hold her in. And we're so happy that this year that he's reaping the rewards. Getting wickets, getting batters out. Not just holding on her end, but getting wickets for us. And he's a leading wicket taker. Not that doesn't happen by guess. He's been doing a lot of work. He's been trying a lot of stuff in practice. He's always trying new things, and trying to work out batters and how it is he's going to approach the next inning. Um, Always asking questions, and is not a by guess he's leading wicket taker.
Right. And also Josh De Silva, you have him back in the team after West Indies duties, leading the team. Back-to-back centuries. It's nice to see him return to form not only for Trinidad and Tobago, but for West Indies' point of view.
Yeah, it's good that he gets some runs under his belt. I know he was disappointed in Pakistan, when he came back home. He was very disappointed that he was left out, but we had a conversation, and for him to get back into the team, he has to score runs,
Hmm.
and he did that. Hopefully he can continue. I think he's in a very good mind frame now. He has forget all about it, and he just need to concentrate on doing what he can do, is to score runs. And I think he's in a very, very good place now. The team is doing well, which is most important. It's just for him to relax and do the job behind his stump, and then when he gets the opportunity to bat, to continue to score runs.
And yourself, Riyad, you had a good career professionally, and what got you into coaching after that?
Um, I think I always wanted to stay in the game a little longer than most people. I still play a bit, and I thought, if it is I want to stay in the game, is I have to stop at some point and get into coaching. And I thought the opportunity will come at some point, but I think I needed to stop before it was too late. And I knew that there were a lot of opportunities coming into coaching in Trinidad. I started coaching while playing club cricket, and I started enjoying it more than I expected I would have. And you know, every team that I interacted with, keep giving me that motivation to get
Mhm.
into it. And yeah, it's been a good journey so far. I think I'm still learning. I'm new at it. But my experience playing, I share with these guys, and the most important thing is they're willing to accept, when I give the information and learn and not just stick in their own ways. They're open for conversations, and as a coach, that is what you want. Guys
Mhm.
opening up and taking the information, and most of all going out there and trying to implement it. And I think so far they've been doing a good job. Not everything that we do is going to work, but at least I'm trying to change the attitude with the guys, and I think the atmosphere is a lot better, and they're willing to accept change and try new things. And I think if that can happen, and we can get the results that we want, then it's good.
How do you see, Riyadh, the standard of cricket in Trinidad and Tobago, then leading into the West Indies team? So I heard Darren Sammy, as we know, he's going to take over completely from the beginning of April, and he was saying that it'd be data driven to get the test team, the consistency that they're looking for, and everything like that. How do you see it? How far do you think with this West Indies 4-day championship? Revamped, if you like, bring back first innings points, trying to encourage people, players to play the longer version. Are we getting closer, or how do you see it?
I think there's a fair way to go still.
Hmm.
I think our first class cricket is not where we want it to be, obviously, and it shows in Test cricket. But I think for it to get back there, the international guys, the guys who are playing international cricket, need to come back down and lift the standard. Um, we need to to get those players back into the fray, and the younger guys to learn from them and show them exactly what professionalism is about. I think most of the guys who are playing first class cricket, they're very young and they're raw, but they still don't have the skill set and the mindset to play first class cricket. Everybody wants to play white ball cricket, which is fine, but you need to learn the basics first before you get onto the white ball stage. And if we can get our best players playing first class cricket to lift the standard, I think yes, we will be in a better position.
Definitely. And just finally, the game today, hopefully we'll get some play. But everybody fit. You got a full squad to choose from.
We have a couple injury concerns, and we'll be looking at it. A couple guys have to do some fitness tests, and then we'll see. But it's I mean, we keep saying our 13 that we travel with is very very strong. We have Jed Gully who scored 100 in the first game, and he's on the bench.
Right.
Um, we have Tion Webster, who has done well in the first game, he's on the bench. So, whoever we select, we think is going to be a very, very strong 11. It's a good headache to have, but, for now, I think we have a couple injury rules, and we just um, make a decision in the last minute before we start.
Excellent. All right. Well, good luck. Go well, and all the best for the remaining of the tournament.
Thanks, sir. Thanks a lot.
Morning again, and welcome to the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. It's 10:46 in Antigua and Barbuda. Still no play, as overnight showers has curtailed play here. The groundsmen, as we speak, organizing themselves to try and get off the covers. So we're hoping that once the rain hold, that we'll get some exciting play here in the fourth round action at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, which will be the West Indies Academy taking on Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. I'm here with the coach of the West Indies Academy, Mr. Ramesh. Mr. Ramesh, good morning. How are you?
Morning, I'm good, thank you. Thanks for having me.
How are you enjoying Antigua and Barbuda?
It's been about 10 months now, so I've got the opportunity to now live for a longer time in Antigua. When I joined, I was always on the road, so get into admire the natural beauty that the Antigua has, and I've really enjoyed the people as well.
Culture difference. How have you adapted to the new culture?
Uh, I'm learning still. I'm learning still. There things are done bit differently to where I've came from. So I've come here from New Zealand, and I'm originally Sri Lankan. So I've got a track record of adapting to various cultures. So this is another opportunity for me to learn from a different culture. I don't think I fully got it, but I have a very good idea now. And I've also noticed that everywhere you go, there are subtle differences in all islands as well around the culture. So yeah, I'm developing my knowledge bank, I guess, around culture.
How you got involved in coaching, and not only to get involved in coaching, but to grab this opportunity when you saw the job application was advertised for the Cricket West Indies Academy.
So I was heading the New Zealand development program as well, and then I saw this around Christmas in 2023. I've seen it on the media, and then when I read it, uh, I initially thought, oh, this is me. So when I read the job description, and then I had a chat to my wife and said, look, this could be a really good one. And then I didn't know anyone, by the way, in West Indies or anyone's with Cricket West Indies or in the Caribbean. So, but I was a fan of West Indies cricket, and I also knew that at this moment it is something that West Indies cricket are putting in a lot of effort into developing talent within. So I thought this is an exciting challenge and something that I wanted to be part of. And so I put an application, and then uh, about 3 months later, they said I'm the one they're going to go with out of 53. So which I felt really good when I saw the announcement. But again, my family still lives in New Zealand, but I'm committed here to do the best as I can to help these young cricketers.
Congratulations, in order. No, you've come out. It's going to be early days because you really can't make a proper evaluation because you're beginning, as you rightly said, to understand the cultures. On a short-term basis, what are you looking for to establish? We're in 2025.
So the academy, we've done quite a bit of changes now. As you might know, it is a full-time program. So all the players are now based full-time in Antigua, and we have got the staff here full-time as well now. We've got a permanent, like a assistant coach, strength and conditioning trainer, and a physio, and a part-time mental skills person as well. So we are thinking more holistic approach to player development. So all the people, the specialists we have hired are trying to help us to develop well-rounded individuals in the academy. And I have put a high emphasis on improving fitness, I believe that as a system, there's an opportunity for us to grow in that area, and the training standards as well. We are definitely uh, it is an intensity. It is a way that they're not used to at the start. So it took a little bit of time for them to get used to, but now they all get it, and we are working towards that. So I've asked for a very high work ethic from all the players and staff uh, in this academy so far.
It's interesting that you talked about a part-time sports psychologist because I think mind power is going to be critical for our cricketers going forward. It's not something that both male or female are very comfortable with, but I think it is the way the mindset has to change. So I'm very much enthralled to hear you talking about that area because I think that that is one of the areas where West Indies cricketers are weak in. And I've known that the cricket board have tried to get psychologists before to come, but the players have been pretty much almost like on a lockdown and not understanding the value. And there are a number of cases across the region. And I think it is very, very important that you're concentrating on mind power
Yeah,
because I think that that is where we're falling down. We got a lot of talent.
yeah,
There are about 8 billion people in the world and counting, and
yeah,
everybody's got talent, but it all
yes.
comes down to mindset.
Yeah, I mean, if you really think about it, right? So if I ask you guys question like, okay, West Indies cricket, do we lack talent or mindset? The answer everyone I spoke to was the mindset. So how can we improve that? Because sometimes now in the modern day, the Generation Z, they get things easily, right? Sometimes when you and I growing up, we had to go to a library to find some information. Now all these things are on their handhelds, right? So the natural resilience that you build through life experiences are quite limited when it comes to their experiences. So what ends up happening is that they are learning on the job. So that's why that we need to put very high emphasis on improving the performance mindset of these players. And I'm also quite keen for these players to have an identity outside sport, not just get consumed by cricket. Cricket, yes, important, but also build an identity outside sport where by the time you've done playing as well, you're already working towards something to build an identity outside sport. So all these things um, are put in place in the academy. So everyone has to even talk about like, what is outside interest out of cricket? How can we help you to, whether it's a education qualification or an apprenticeship, all that type of stuff we are at the moment looking for these players.
Wonderful. And I'm sure you might be aware that Antigua and Barbuda has invested in the University of the West Indies Five Island campus, which is based right here in Antigua and Barbuda. So I like that model
Yeah.
that at least the players have an opportunity because what you really want is not everybody is going to play for the West Indies team, but you want them to be better human beings in the respective societies. Some you would want to stay in the game of cricket. Just a while ago, Terry Loraja was speaking to Ryan Emret. Wonderful personality. Ryan has been one of the wonderful role models around the Caribbean who has demonstrated leadership skills. But as he rightly said, he always had an urge for coaching. So it'd be nice to see some of them get back into the area. So I'm very much pleased and I'm looking forward to hear further how that program is going to develop because it's more or less going to be a motivating factor now for young boys and girls who are thinking now about getting into the game. I thought when you reflect back, even into the franchise system, that's something I've been talking about all the time, where how are we preparing these youngsters after cricket? Yes, they get a contract, they come in for a year, but if they don't get selected the next year, then we don't hear anything about them. So I'm pleased about that.
Yeah, I think it's important because for me, the objective of the academy is to grow people, right? So they're good citizens for their respective islands and be good fathers, good husbands. That's the purpose of academy and cricket. As you rightly said, we know everyone's not going to play for West Indies, even they might not have long careers. Some might play one or two matches, but So your identity outside sport is important, and the qualities and the uh, your character improvements is important while you've been part of the academy as well, because we do go into things like communication, leadership, those things as well in this academy at the moment. Because the one I talked about, this sports psychologist, her role is actually called well-being manager. So that means she does go into the outside cricket part of it as well with players.
Okay. All right. So now you have a core, 18, 20, or just about 18?
With the players,
Yeah,
now we got 15
50.
contracted players,
Okay.
and
Their period is going to last for how long?
this is initially for 1 year. And then we also have 5 players who are now playing in franchise around their plan. So we've already identified their batting, their bowling, and their fielding work-ons, their mental skills work-ons, their lifestyle and character work-ons. So quarterly, we would always review, okay, how we are tracking with the targets set. So if we see good progress in a 12-month period of time, then that is something that we will be happy and wanting to continue. But if you are not seeing the progress, or that's where we need to actually have some strong conversations. As long as a player is improving in a program, it validates him being there. I'm not only talking about performances in the field, on the field, it's about improving everything. So as long as someone's improving, we are happy to keep them continuing in the program.
All right. Now, I know you have 6 months to go, and I know that there is no real international cricket coming to Antigua and Barbuda this year.
We do have an academy series.
You have Academy Series.
Yes.
When is that, Drew?
So academy series is in June. We have Sri Lanka coming here for 2 4-day matches and 3 50-over matches.
All right. So that would be part of the evaluation going forward.
Yes, that's part of it. That's a playing opportunity, right? So it's a series that they can play, they can showcase their talents against international oppositions. But also we did play the 50 over Super 50, and now the academy, it is the 4th round in the championship. So there is enough opportunities. Also, as I said to you, how much hard work they're doing is also a strong assessment for me.
Yeah. Well, I love that. I'm
Yeah.
glad that the Academy is also getting a series. Now, how would the West Indies Academy tie into the West Indies A-team program? And I know that's a technical question, but I would feel that at least some of these boys would be good enough to get into a West Indies A-team. I don't want to be controversial here, but I could see somebody like Isaiah Town and company. If there was a West Indies A-team, they would be maybe on the fringe of getting into that team.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to think in the academy, quite a few players will be looked upon, and probably fringe is the right word. Uh, but it all comes down to how much hard work they're doing, how their performances are, and also where they sit in the depth charting of West Indies cricket. So a team is always an opportunity to expose a young player into that level, and to see whether he's got the qualities to actually go on to international cricket, or give him a small taste of what international cricket could look like. So I think we are, from an A point, I'm pretty sure that we are looking at a more of a next in line type players to the senior team. So that's where I think, yes, what the word you mean, fringe. Yeah, there will be couple of 2 or 3 that who might be looked upon, but it all comes down to how well they are improving and performing.
All right. Now, the academy players are based in Antigua and Barbuda, and I know you got your program set up. There's also local cricket which takes place in Antigua. And I know for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, there are a couple of local players who play for the respective clubs. Some of these players from your academy allowed? Because I know Nathan Edwards originally, before he was part of the West Indies Academy, he would have played some local cricket for Empire. Kelvin Pittman for Bethesda. Are they allowed to go and play local cricket, or you have a strict program?
No, it depends on, like, I'm open for that. It depends on how much workload that we are managing. So, for example, we have 3 players who are now outside the 13 that we have picked for this coming 2 rounds. So I'm quite keen for them to play club cricket in Antigua. So I've already had some chats with the chairman of the board. So they are quite open to have these players. So I don't see any problems with it. It's just about managing the workload. That's all.
All right. Now, West Indies cricket is a billion-dollar industry. And when you look at the players, both male and female, who would have rocked the entire world, every time you go anywhere and somebody sees you with a West Indies badge, they ask you a quick question. Do you know Sir Garfield Sobers? Do you know Viv Richards? Do you know Desmond Haynes? There's always a major question. How is the academy managing with all of the legends in Antigua and Barbuda and around the Caribbean? What's the role now of how do you bring in some of those mentors? Because I have to call them mentors to come in to speak at respective circumstances or situations.
I mean, like, look, the biggest thing is, like, we've had I'm trying to get Sir Kirtley, spending some time with the bowlers and talking to them, and I couldn't, because Sir Kirtley is so busy at the moment with his all his commentary stints now. And I also tried to get, we had Courtney Walsh came here for the induction as
Yes.
well, and he indicated that he's happy to come and help. And he's someone that I'll be really looking forward to when he's available. Again, he's on the road with all commentaries and all that, but no, very open. Like recently when we were in Barbados, we actually used Kima Roach as a mentor in our setup. And Floyd Reefer as well, who's the assistant coach for the senior team. So we're trying to get good mentors around. So you would have seen Mr. Andre Cooley is here. So he's supporting. He's come in here as a consultant coach for the academy for the next 2 rounds. So every really good knowledgeable heads that we have in West Indies, I'm quite keen for them to come in and help our young players.
So you haven't had a conversation with Dr. Sandy Roberts yet?
No, not yet, not yet.
Somebody has to hook you up, man.
Yeah.
I think that will be a very interesting conversation. I think that is a conversation I would want to engage you and so Andy. Yeah, I think that would be
That would
interesting.
be good if he can initiate that. I'll be grateful.
Yeah, I think his knowledge and his love for the game. I'd love to see you and him having a conversation, because I guess you see this same patterns, and not only Sir Andy, but I'm just saying that he's really one of the more vocal persons, especially when it comes to fast bowling. I mean, he was considered as the man with the knowledge out of the quartet, whether it was Colin Quabb, Joel Garner, the Malcolm Marshalls, the Ambrose. Everybody always peaked Andy Roberts is brilliant. So real good. I'm very much impressed in terms of what I'm hearing, and I know I passed through a number of times. I'm sure you see me sometimes on the hill walking around because I have some interest here. Michael Palmer, Nathan Edwards, a couple of the guys from the Leewers there. So I'm pretty much impressed with the progress.
And Carlon.
Yeah, well, that's another big, that's another big name. I mean, it's just amazing. And you've seen the growth of those youngsters. I was talking to Terry and Mally the other day and telling them sometimes when you hear Carlon Tuckett's name, you feel like he's been around a long time, and he's only just turned 20.
21 now. Recently at the birthday. And I told him that, look, he scored 100 against Barbados before he turned 21. So no, he's progressing really well. And like one thing that I recently saw was, like, Carlon has a chance by end of this year he could have played 20 first-class games at 21. And I've seen the player, I mean, Jangu in Trinidad. He's now 27 or 28. He's played 35 or 36 games. So if you look at Carlon in another 3 years' time, he will be close to 50 or over 50. So that is what this fantastic opportunity playing for the academy that does to these guys, because they're real, like they're at the learning stage of their careers here. So but then when the time they graduate, hopefully to their franchises or to the West Indies team, that they have all the right skills to be able to be successful with good amount of experience.
But Coach Ramesh, that is my major concern.
Yeah.
Because when you have the players in a proper setup and they go back to the respective franchises,
Mm.
the culture and the professionalism is maybe not as intense as it was at the academy, and that is my major concern. Because I want, when players leave from the West Indies academy and they go back to Trinidad or to the Windwater or whatever, the that intensity is still there, and that to me is my major concern, and that's why I've been calling for an accountability as what's happening at the franchise level.
Yeah, I think the director of cricket, Mr. Miles Bascom, has put a lot of effort into it now, because to my understanding, CWI now employs all the coaches within all the franchises and the territorial boards. So that means if we can, like, the people are accountable to West Indies cricket. So if there is development plans for each player, which academy players are definitely having 12-month development plans, so these guys can actually help to go to execute that plan wherever you are, not just here in the Antigua. When they go to Trinidad or when they go to Guyana, it's the same plan that we are all as a system working towards. That's a plan.
Right. Finally, Coach Ramesh, and folks, if you're wondering what's happening, we're having a conversation with the West Indies Academy coach, Mr. Ramesh. What is automatically happening here is that the clouds are lifting, the umpires and the match referee and king are outside. It's going to take some preparation. One thing I can give some major credit for the folks who work here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, is that they have an excellent staff. One, they're going to be able to make sure in terms of their time management, get everything under control. So we're really not worried about that. Once the rain holds up, I can guarantee you that we're going to get play here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Is one of the best grounds in terms of drainage. And once everything goes our way, we're going to be ready and ready to go. Finally, coach, in this role, what do you want to see happening over maybe a 3-year cycle? I don't know how long your contract is, but I'm sure you would have some goals which you would have maybe put under the table in terms of what you would like to see happening.
It is a 3-year one. So for me I want to see growth in people. That's and as cricketers and as people. So and the academy can be a part of their journey to become successful people on and off the field. And the lessons that they're gonna learn within these 3 years being part of this academy, that's how I would like to see. Look, I know that there could be a few West Indies internationals from here, and also I very much appreciate some people going into corporate careers, or being really good, as I said earlier, really good fathers to children, really good husbands to wives. That's all it is. We are here to develop people, and if I can see that these players who are here currently in 3 years time or in 10 years time, that they are in that really good space, that will make me happy from wherever I will be in that time.
So, in a nutshell, you want to be in a system where you can export some of these young academy players, be it to England, be it to Australia, even to just get short stints playing some cricket.
We are looking at that, because the thing, I mean, one of the advantage of cricket West Indies, like playing in the Caribbean, you can play for 365 days. But then the system I've come from, you can only play for 6 months. But also the disadvantage of that is that there's cricket in the Caribbean all the time as well. So then we can't have a summer here and then in winter here you go and play somewhere else. So that is the hard bit. Like for example, I would love to some of our young bowlers to go and play in England, a league season. But then we have the Sri Lanka series here in June. We have the CPL, and then we
In
have
August,
the breakout T20 as well.
Yeah.
That is the hard one that we have at the moment that we got to uh, we got to
Got to manage.
we got to manage. But hopefully, like like what we did in we took 7 of our best young players to India for a batting camp in December, where Joel Andrew was part of.
Sure.
So that type of camps is where we can actually expose them to the international conditions and like the just build their awareness around what goes on outside West Indies.
Hey, Coach Ramesh, I'm very much impressed. This conversation here today on Sports 360 has been really, really, really magnificent. And I think the entire world would have been listening, would have been thrilled in terms of the sharp work and how you've been able to outline, what your aims and objectives are for the West Indies Academy boys going forward. You've got 6 months, you've got another 6 months, and you're really earmarking them now with a new thinking process now as to the development part, as to how to get into the West Indies team. And not only how to get into the West Indies team, but you're preparing them for that sort of professional setup. Because once you leave the franchise setup, your next step is into the West Indies team, be it the white ball or the test squad.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it is an intention also, not just to get there. To be honest, it's to be how you can have a career, not a series. As a West Indian player, that's what we are trying to work in the academy of these players. Because you just don't want to play a series, you want to be successful for West Indies. So those are the skills that we are trying to work in our academy.
So you're building greatness, and out of the greatness will become legends 10, 15 years from now.
Trying to build a career.
Hey,
That's it.
you heard it there from Coach Ramesh from the West Indies Academy. We had a wonderful conversation on this rain delay here in Antigua and Barbuda on day one. And Coach, I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Looking forward to see some of these boys
Fingers crossed.
in the squad. And not only that, but at least we will remember this conversation for a very long time.
Thank you. Thanks for
indeed a
having me.
pleasure.
Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. It's round 4 action, and we're getting ready for the Trinidad and Tobago Scorpions and the West Indies Academy team. As you know, we have our match referee here today with us in Mr. Ryan King, and the home team is the West Indies Academy. So we'll be able to get the toss going and getting ready for day 1 of this 4th round action in the West Indies Championship. Here we go. Toss is a heads call, tails. Joshua, come to. Good afternoon, sir. How are you? How is the championship going so far for you?
Well, it's not been going the best, but we're looking forward to a better outing today.
All right. Any changes to the squad?
Kelvin Pittman comes in, Nathan Edward comes in, and that's about it.
All right. All the best in this game.
Thank you.
All right. Skipper, yeah, we have the man himself, Joshua De Silva. Talk to me about the Trinidad and Tobago team coming off of a first innings points in their last game, big scoring, and your form return. But let's talk about today. What about your squad?
Today, Vikash Mohan is out due to injury, and Tion Webster comes in, and then Jed Goulet is out as well. So that's the 11 we'll go with. Hopefully continue the good form that we've been having. We've had some good results, and hopefully we can just continue that here in this game.
What about your own personal form?
Hopefully it's something, the sun is coming out, so it would be nice to get some more runs on my belt. But no, it's just about doing the right things, doing the basics, and spending time in the middle. That's all I'm asking myself for.
This track here, I think, is one of the first tracks I've seen have on so much live grass. You must be excited about that.
Yeah, Jaden and Andy were begging me to win the toss, but unfortunately it's 50-50 and it didn't go my way. But yeah, can't wait to see them bowl on this. But first we're going to have to put some runs on the board.
All right. So the news here from the Coolidge Cricket Ground is that the West Indies Academy have won the toss, and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force will be batting first. And what I've seen here, it's pretty interesting because I think this is one of the liveliest green tracks that I've seen for a very, very, very long time. So I think we're going to be off to a real crack of a game. It's game time right here in the 4th round action at the home of Cricket West Indies, the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Home of Cricket West Indies, and we are off to a late start after rain would have hampered the start of the 4th round action with the West Indies Academy and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The news, as you would have heard earlier in the previous interview, is that the West Indies Academy would have won the toss and inserted Trinidad and Tobago in this game. The teams are playing on track number 6 today, and Terry, I don't know if you had a chance to go down with our technical team here from 360. We did have a chance to be on the track itself. It is one of the liveliest grass tracks that I've seen for a very long time. I'm talking about lively grass. As I say, good afternoon to my colleague, Terry. Good afternoon, Terry.
Good afternoon, Vernon, and good afternoon to all our viewers and listeners wherever you are around Antigua, the region, and the world. Yes, it's a pleasure to see Vernon. Bit of grass on the top of the track. Overcast conditions. Expect the ball to be doing a lot.
So Blades start from the CIUN, as in now the ball to Cooper, and Cooper comes stylishly across in defense. We're in the number 77. The West Indies Academy, they have gone for an all-pace attack, Terry. So you have Ewan Lane. Nathan Edwards also will get a run out today, and so too will be Kelvin Pittman. So they've gone for a 4-prong pace attack, and like I said, it's on track number 6 being played here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, and a lot of live grass. I can say that for sure. Academy starting with 3 slips, a gully. Jordan Johnson at backward point. Good to see him in the conversation. There's a good delivery there from Blades. Touchdown into the right area. And Cooper, a little hesitant coming forward there, but he would say to me that, listen, I left that. I played inside the line of that delivery.
I think he played it, Vernon. It was a good ball by Blades. But yes, interesting track this. Good conditions. Good, should be good bowling conditions. So the 4-prong is not surprising.
Also, good afternoon to the folks in Trinidad and Tobago. They have just come out of their carnival. So too was Dominica. Huge crowds. Triple K, Signal Band, Juve morning seems to be pretty much exciting. Good leave again. Good take by Callum Boyne Tuckett, the wicketkeeper for this West Indies Academy team, getting his first class 100, debut first class 100 at Kensington Oval in Barbados. That must have been a special feature for him.
Yeah, excellent for the young man. He's showed a fair bit of promise over the last couple of seasons to break through for his maiden Test century. It's excellent. Hopefully you continue on, because his glove work has always been pretty much immaculate.
Talking about carnival in the region. We'll come back to that, Terry. Blades. Another delivery. They're not making the batsman play. I always feel, Terry, that you got a new ball in your hand. I always heard this from Dr. Sir Andy Roberts. You know, you were being drilled, especially when you came into the Leeward Islands team, or beat the Cumberland Islands team. Got to bowl the ball on the stumps. Got to make the batsman play. A lot of opening batsmen are nervous, especially with the new ball.
Yeah, most definitely. And in these conditions, you want the batsman to play every delivery. Cooper also been in form so far this season.
Overcast conditions. Honing in at that pad there right there. Almost Cooper just playing around the line of that one just for a moment.
Yeah, they'll be worried, the West Indies Academy boys. Cooper, his matches so far against the CCC made 80, against Windward Islands 117, and Leeward Islands 14 and 52. Overall 9 matches, 385 runs at 29.61 with the highest score 117. Just the 100 at first class level and 250s. So it's important that Blades does make him play.
Ken, good leave. So the first over here, overcast conditions here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, is a maiden. Blades wearing the number 18. We expected to have some 73 overs in the day's play. And with a little 10-minute start, late start here, just because of just the rain, maybe just testing the ground officials here. But they have certainly, Travis and Kadim and those guys, they've done an excellent job.
Yeah, certainly done a great job. We had a lot of rain overnight and then throughout the morning here at Coolidge. But drained off reasonably quickly, so we got play underway. Early lunch taken, but 172 runs at 26.63 with the highest score 178. 300s at the first class level, 450s. He only played the one match though so far this season. That was against combined campuses and colleges, where he made 22. So back in the team now, as we were talking to head coach Riyad Emirates earlier this morning. A couple of niggles in the camp, so Webster gets another go. He's laying a spot on target with his first delivery.
Very tall, lanky guy, somebody who I think we got some time for and could develop into a real fine all-rounder for Cricket West Indies once he gets stronger. And still growing. Lane. Almost
impressive.
Be pretty interesting to see him in another couple of seasons. Backs himself. Where's maybe a size 13 from my vantage point. Ken is honing in at the stumps, and Tion Webster just playing it right up to the mid-on fielder, who's very close in Blades.
But Johan Lane has done well so far in his short career, 14 first-class matches. He's taken 45 wickets at 24.13 with best bowler of 5 for 39. Picked up 2 5-wicket hauls. He's also pretty handy with the bat, coming in late down the order. 376 runs at 20 with a highest score of 63. Innie is again to Webster, and Webster is leaving this outside the off stump. 3 slips, gully, point, mid-off, mid-on, short leg, and fine leg down on the boundary.
Very impressive tournament so far. We've seen some 19 centuries to date. Jason Mohammed registering the most so far. 3, Trinidad and Tobago, Red Force captain Joshua De Silva. And Barbados pride Jonathan Drakes, he also has 2. Could leave again. 46 half centuries have been registered to date, and that's just before the action, the pack action that has been started here in the 4th round. So at the start of 3 rounds, exciting times. And Warner Park was a hunting ground, Terry.
Most definitely. If you ever want to get your average out, go to Warner Park.
Down the onside, missed out there, Tion Webster. I think he was trying to look for power, just needed to get his bat onto that. He's more looking into the mid-wicket area rather than just turning the hips and just getting his bat onto it and just, whipping it through square leg. It's one of the areas that I've seen, Terry, in terms of the batsmanship in the Caribbean. Balls that are bowled anywhere between middle and leg, a lot of the batsmen tend to miss out because they're looking for power, so they tend to maybe lose their shape.
Yeah, true. It was a missed opportunity to get off the mark there.
Good leave, good carry, good take again, good cricket. So, second maiden of the afternoon, sorry. Overcast conditions here, Terry. Cool and calm.
Yes, good start by both Blades and Johan Lane. 2 maidens in succession. The guy's been sitting around, just limbering up while the weather cleared. So Trinidad would be looking to have a look as Blades continues.
Good take there by Callum Boyne Tuckett. That moved and moved late. No sort of feet movement at all there, Terry, from Cooper. Just that the hands coming into play there, more or less. Let's look back at the replay. Almost opening up as if he wanted to hit that ball inside out over cover.
Yeah, it's important that Blades gets it on target, as we were saying in his first over, and make Cooper play, because I don't think he fancies the left-handed too much. That ball swung back, though.
This time,
beaten again.
I wouldn't say that. I think he left that one, Terry. He played. You could see him just looking at the spot there. I don't think, had his hands gone, it would have been a different ball game. I would have to give him the benefit of the doubt that he did leave that one. Mid on and mid off pretty close today. And you would understand why. Really?
Yeah, most definitely. Short legs still a bit further away or closer than what he normally is, though.
I don't mind. He could have maybe taken 2 steps up, really. Don't know if this track will have the pace for it to carry to him. We'll find out. Here's a delivery which is squaring up Cooper. Not balanced there, Cooper. Just looking to come forward. So there's a little uncertainty now, and that is because of the grass that is on the track. So he's wanting to look to come forward. I think what he has to look to work on is that he has to be balanced at the crease as well. As we know, coming into this round of action, Trinidad and Tobago 55.4 points. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes 50.8. Barbados 50. Ghana 45.2. Jamaica 33.2. Windward Islands 16.8. Combined campuses and colleges 15.2. Lovely drive there, but didn't go right through with it. Blades getting aggressive, firing back the return.
Nothing wrong with that. Good to see some aggression.
In fact, I just seen an updated point system now, Terry, and that would include the bonus points and 57.6, 55.4, 50.8. You know, I can't keep up, Terry, with all of these bonus points, right? Leeward Islands, I hope he doesn't come back to ruin them.
Well, that first innings in the last game.
Yeah.
Mm. He's played
Caught
that,
by
a great
Tuckett.
catch.
Beautiful catch. And nothing shot there from Cooper. Lenky was just caught on the crease, just hanging his bat out there. And Colin Tuckett, he'll catch this any day. Let's look at the replay here. Landed in the right area, bounced, and he was backing away more or less. Just on the crease, just there, and just hands going. And
Top
goes back
catch.
early without scoring.
Yeah, top catch though by Colin Bowen. Tuckett diving right across in front of first slip in the air, full stretch. Excellent catch. But as I said, to me, Cephas didn't look, or Cooper should say, didn't look too comfortable against the left arm of Jediah Blades. So he goes, none for one. Ideal start for West Indies Academy after winning the toss.
And one of the things you have to understand, Terry, is that when you look into play a left armer, you don't want him to turn you around. You want to stay as side on as possible, and you want to look to play the ball up in front of the V. Cooper was looking more square, really, because you realize when he's playing the shot there, simply because of his positioning. And that's something that he has to go back to the nets and work on. If you look at his right foot, Terry, he turned right around. It really was neither forward nor back. He just took it in his stance and he just turned him right around. But
stuck on the crease.
Yeah, good delivery by Blades, forcing the error. Out comes Amir Django, who made his test debut for the West Indies this year. He's really worked on his cricket, Django. Had a couple of seasons with the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Back home with the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Gets his first delivery. And that
troubled him.
Yeah, at the stumps there. He was hustling about there. And that's what happens when you got a new ball, Terry. A lot of people are nervous, especially when you attack the stumps.
Yeah, good bowling by Blades. Picked up the wicket. His second maiden on the trot, so none for one. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Both Tion Webster and just been joined by Amir Django, yet to get off the mark. Blades has had the 10 first-class matches, taken 25 wickets, so he's got 26 now at 36. Best bowling is 4 for 37. And the last match against Guyana, he picked up that 4 for 37 as Lane continues from the commentary box end into Webster, and again down the leg side. Webster's that's not picking up the line quickly enough, really. Come inside that one and turned it down to fine leg, but missed it through to Colin Bowen Tuckett. That really was an excellent catch. He backed himself and full stretch dive. Took it clean as a whistle. Lane again into Webster. Spot on target as Lane has been. Still operating with 3 slips. Gully, point, mid-off. Short leg and fine leg on the boundary.
So Lane himself would really want to get into the action. Webster's only played 1 game so far for the season. So
and that peeled off the edge.
But if you check where most of the runs have come for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, Terry, it would be in the middle part.
Well, yeah, I mean, Jason Mohammed has scored 3 centuries on the trot. Captain De Silva
got back-to-back hundreds against the
Got
Leeward Island
back-to-back
Hurricanes
hundreds.
at Warner Park.
Yeah.
So
There we go. As we look at the top 5 leading run scorers, Mohammed 483, average at 241. Oh, that has to be. That has to be. Unless he hits it. Oh, there's a sand shoe crusher. Lane was excited. He ran all the way to point. But
yeah, but he maybe might have got
he must have.
something onto that by Nigel Dugid. Ruling, not out.
Inside of the foot. He may have thought it was going down leg, but
Well, the movement of Colin Boyne took it. You know, you always tend to look at the line of the ball and where the keeper tends to go. Umpires in this match, like Nigel Dugid and Christopher Wright, match referee, former West Indies fast bowler Ryan King from Ghana, still looking like he can roll his hand over. Lane looking for wickets.
just avoid short leg then.
Yeah. A big avoid. Terry. Wasn't anywhere.
Webster's off the mark.
Wasn't anywhere close. To come, looks like the informed Jason Mohammed, Joshua De Silva, Yannick Correa, Brian Charles. I think this is going to be a good game, Terry.
Yeah, it should be. Yeah, the academy boys have been getting better with each outing so far this season.
I think what would be pretty important is if Lane and Blades and company can get early inroads, including Mohammed and De Silva, it could really test the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batting lineup. But we are moons away from that.
Yes. Talking to Raid Emirate this morning, he was saying that Jason Mohammed has still, even though he's retired, he still has aspirations of playing Test match cricket for the West Indies. Your opinion on that?
I think that's always everybody's dream. If you come into a competition, you know, you should be allowed to. Once you qualify and you're playing, you know what happened with the Bravo situation. You know, most persons felt that Bravo scored all those runs that he could have got back in. The selectors had other options.
Mm-hmm.
So you go there and you register and you do what you have to do. Blades bongs away. Just want to see him just make the batsman play. There's too many deliveries just down that fifth stump line. You got a new ball, got to attack the stumps. Anything can happen. Windward Islands fighting back. 118 for 4, 27 overs. In that what we call local Caribbean derby action. Leeward Islands Hurricanes versus Windward Islands Volcanoes.
118 for 4. They were 58 for 4 in one step. Big O'Shane, 3 wickets.
That's much better. Somebody could be in problem. Jordan Johnson racing in. Just for a moment, there seemed to be no communication with Webster and Django. I think Webster was just trying to well, in St. Kitts and Nevis, we call it knock a ball, 1 run. You just hit the ball and run.
Mm-hmm. Django was having none of that, though.
Django was not interested in that. So he had to scurry back into his crease. Rightly so. He's going to have to be very, very, very careful. He's got to go watch the ball right onto his bat. Webster can turning him around square. He has to say side on. That's the challenge here. Overcast conditions is almost like in England. Not quite. But if you came and you saw these conditions, you'd be smiling.
Well, as a fast bowler, you should be. You should be licking your lips to get out there and have a ball.
Yeah, but they have to land the ball in the right area.
Correct.
That is going to be key. Blades has got the first wicket so far. Ian Lane yet to get in the wicket column. Goalkeeper style. Diving away. Colin Boyne took it. That almost died on him. But his agility there. Demonstrating that he's really on top of his game. We're in a big number. Number 10. For the champions, for the competition leaders, they're going to be tested into this game. Trinidad and Tobago not taking anybody lightly in this championship. Here was Webster just helping this one around. Along the ground. Lane got down into the long barrier position. Now a changeover for the left-hander. Amir Django, who comes in to strike. Django so far this season from 2 matches, 144 runs. 246 minutes at the crease, 304 balls, a high score of 84 so far for the season. So he's got 2 half centuries, and we may be very disappointed coming back from Pakistan that he's not got a big 100 yet.
Yeah, you'd think he'd be looking for a big score, especially here. Coming back to face this young attack.
So gets a wide delivery. Over number 5 is completed. Expected to have some 73 overs in the day's play. 2 for 1, Terry.
Yes, very quiet start for Trinidad and Tobago, bowling well on top so far. And been in press once again with Johan Lane. Even though Blades has picked up the wicket, he's been much more on target to these Trinidadian batsmen.
Jamaica Scorpions and Guyana Happy Eagles. Guyana Happy Eagles, they're 72 for 1. Tajan and Shandapal back in the hut for 32. Good stride there from Webster trying to get onto his front foot. International cricket returning to Sabina Park. And some huge investment, Terry, being made in
at
in
Sabina Park.
with the lights. Real total upgrade. But I think you've heard the message from the government in terms of there has to be a different arrangement in terms of the planning and the management structure of what happens, because there are 3 owners. Just for a moment there, academy not tight enough. Allow the batsman to come back for 2.
Yeah, I think Phil Dunne just slipped a bit, but it was well played by Webster, just opening her face and rolling it down towards the 3rd man area. He moves on to 4 for 1. Yeah, they put in a lot of investment, and they said not voting for to get World Cup matches, that they were going to put money into the grassroots and youth development, and I believe they've done just that. And as you say, that the lighting, because the test match against Australia will be a day-night encounter, should be interesting.
Yeah, it should be interesting. But Jamaica is such an important cog in the wheel for West Indies cricket. Because it's easily our biggest population, English-speaking population. And, the talent that has come from Jamaica before, looking to punch it down the ground, didn't lean into it there, Webster. Sort of caught in a standing up position rather than leaning and pushing hard down the ground. First learned about Tian Webster when he came onto the scene into the white ball version, really. Very attacking player. Always heard Bravo talking about him all the time. He's been charged with the responsibility now to opening the four there for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Expansive drive, but can't find the gap.
Yeah, that's what the Emirate was saying about the depth of the squad. That you got a player like Webster that's only played the one game so far this year. But back today opening.
Still will be a concern for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, Terry, because when you look into this team, if you've got Jason Mohammed who's going almost all these runs, who's going to be the next young batsman that is stepping up? If we were supposed to just take away Django and company, that would be also a serious concern for Trinidad and Tobago as well.
Another great take by Bowen Tucker.
Yeah, I think it came off of the pad of Webster. So another over completed. The sixth of the day, some 33 dot balls. Trinidad and Tobago in overcast conditions here. They're 4 for 1.
Yeah, 4 for 1, and Webster scored all those 4. The Academy bowling. It's like to see them attack the stumps a bit more. But apart from that, they're doing their utmost to use the favourable conditions here at Coolidge. Blades will continue from the northern end of the ground, bowling to Django. Django right in behind that, defends it on the offside, there's no run. Operating with the 3 slips, gully, backward point, mid off, mid on, short leg and fine leg on a boundary for the left-handed Django.
Combined campuses and colleges at Queen's Park Oval. Not Queen's Park Oval, sorry, Kensington Oval. I'm getting all the ovals.
Ovals mixed up.
Yeah, all the ovals. CCC 128 for 3. There's a delivery again by Blades, wide of the off stump. No need for Django to play. Thinks Blade is just overcompensating himself. Just need to steckle into that line. Just get that groove. It's a mixture of a left-handed batsman and a right-handed batsman, so you want to be able to just concentrate. Make him play. Make them play. I think that's going to be very, very, very important.
Yes, most definitely, Vernon. That should be the advice. Again, wide outside off stump.
Yeah,
No need to play.
He's more or less dragging down the ball all the time. He's just looking there. Just got to attack the stumps. Got to be consistent to attack the stumps.
Got 2 visitors, or they're looking for the airport.
Well, it's nice that you could be able to walk around a cricket ground in the Caribbean.
Yeah.
You see, you don't even try that.
What, walk around the ground?
Get it-
side on view there.
Get in your steps, man, Terry. Ken, leave. Got a tall here by Blades. Got to make Django play, especially early in his innings. Force him to soak some pressure up. It's a new ball. It's only 6 overs. Some 67 overs remaining in the day's play. Let me say good afternoon to Mr. Blacks and his colleague.
Yes, on the manual scoreboard, they'd be very happy that it's overcast conditions.
Yeah, let's not call out the sun yet, Terry.
Make the most of it.
We need to. Back to Blades now. See the difference now, Terry? Now he's got that
much
there.
better.
Yeah, he's squared up Django completely. Turned him right around there. Good delivery. That's where he has to be. He has to be patient. He has to be consistent. I know he's striving for extra. He wants to get them out, but he also has to land the ball in the right areas.
Bit of swing on offer there, don't Van, as he pitched that one up.
Because his wrist movement was very strong behind the line of the ball. He wanted to land the ball in the consistently right area. Offline, whipped away down to lane. You only get one run. So just overcompensating there for the extra. Didn't have the right rhythm there. End of over number 7. And Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, after being inserted by the West Indies Academy. They're 5 for 1 in overcast conditions here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
Yeah, and Amir Django off the mark with that last delivery from Blades. But you'd just like to see them, as you say, Vernon, just be a bit more consistent in making these Trinidadian batsmen play a bit more often, use the conditions that are favourable for bowling to your advantage, and especially since that they've picked up the early wicket. Be hunting for a second one.
Juke's ball in the hand of Lane. And one thing for sure, Terry, we haven't seen anything Callum Boyne-Tuckett taking anything above his head.
Dying right through. Yeah.
So you'll have to understand that with the overnight and early morning showers, that maybe Colin can maybe take a couple of steps up. Yeah, maybe having a chat about it. Jungle whipping this one away up to mid-on.
Good run.
Yeah. Just for a moment there, Joseph mid-on diving away there. It was a good positive single because Django was on the march very quickly, knowing very well that he had played the ball to the left of the fielder, who is a right-hander, and would have had to get into. Was not in any difficulty in him being run out, unless that he would have maybe stumbled.
Now he took off as soon as he hit it through very quickly. Here's Webster back on strike. He's on 4.
The big Yogi with another delivery again. Lane. Just like to see him just force Webster to play. I think he's got the capability of knocking off Webster. Maybe even give him something to think about. Give him a short one. Let's see how he'll handle that. Is that a drop catch, Terry?
It looked like it. Played down the leg side by Cooper. Wait for the umpire. Yeah, looks like it's come off the bat. Great effort though by Bowen-Tuckett. He got his glove there, was wide down
He's a little
onside.
A little disappointed that he didn't catch that. So he did get something onto it. Let's see that again, Terry.
Yeah, he got a lot onto it, but you'd be disappointed if he were the batsman to go out like that. It was a top effort though by Bowen-Tuckett. It's basically come off the middle of the bat. He's gone a long way.
Ooh. Almost
He's gone nearly 2 pitch lengths across.
Almost like saving a penalty for Nevis. Like he parried it. Just needed to just stick. He'd be very disappointed that he didn't take that anyhow. He sets high standards. Callum Boyne-Tuckett. Ken wide. Just got to make Django play. Got to bowl him, make him play. Haven't seen any short deliveries yet, Terry.
No,
from Lane.
He's got the short leg and the fine leg on the boundary, but they all have all these 2 opening bowlers so far for the academy team, but nothing short. They've got to realize though that they can bowl stump to stump more often than not, while the conditions are like they are, would be ideal.
Lucky to get away with that half volley there. Lane. Django was caught in a defensive mode position. End of over number 8. And the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force after being inserted. Yes, 7 for 1.
Yeah, and you look at the score: 7 for 1. Blades bowled 4 overs, 1 for 2. Lane 4 overs, no wicket for 5. And you say the bowling is well on top, but it hasn't been really anything too threatening. Batsmen have been able to leave more than they've needed to play. So these experienced Trinidad and Tobago batsmen would know that the longer they stay out there, the better the conditions will be in favour of the batsmen once the pitch dries out a bit more.
So it's going to be very important in terms of how Captain Ogis handles his bowlers, because he's got his trump card in Joshua Bishop. So which end, you know, how we're going to rotate their bowlers today. That is also going to be key as well. Blades continues. Again
too wide on.
Gotta make him play. Gotta make him play. Gotta be on the money. Nathan Edwards, he must be grinding his teeth to get a bowl. He's a third slip here right now. Kelvin Pittman also. Interesting to see how he bowls on this track.
Nicely played by Webster down to fine leg. Yeah, Blades is into his 5th over, so it might be, unless a wicket falls, one more by both of them before we see the likes of Edward and Pittman.
And sometimes you have to, you come to a cricket game, Terry, you look at the conditions, you've been there for some time, and you maybe just have to make that adjustment in terms of your length. And I don't think Blades has done that consistently enough as yet. He's got a ball of fuller length. That time he really did hit the deck and force Django to defend.
Yeah, it's just that consistency, isn't it? Of hitting those right areas more times than not.
Because in the Caribbean with the juke ball, what you've found to tend to happen, Terry, is that very early, especially in the first 10 to 12 overs, that's when you have to make the juke ball talk. You have to be able to run in and get those early wickets. I find that once the shine goes off, it's not that effective.
See, again, it's too easy to leave it, let it go straight through to the keeper. That's batsman Django just on 2, Webster 6. I don't know, the longer they can spend out there, the easier batting will get.
No boundaries at all yet in the innings. If you're a betting man, you'll be thinking, who will hit the first boundary for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force? Back and across is Django, playing it right up to Pittman. Django just rehearsing and saying maybe it had more pace. Might have been maybe able to just help that over into the square leg area on another day. But for today, he's going to defend that one. And with competition for places to get into that test squad against Australia, there's a lot of pressure on a lot of players to be able to have their name fine-tuned. Oh, that's what we
Ball that one. Yeah.
That's it.
where he wants to be.
Almost lured Django. Django's right foot didn't come out to the pitch of the ball. His hands really was going at the ball instead. And that's simply because it was at a fuller length. Almost caught him on the crease there. Now, if Blades could just remember that, it's almost like muscle memory, and come back the next over and bowl that same line, that same delivery. 6 of those is certainly trouble Webster and Django.
Yeah, because they need to tell themselves to the West Indies Academy team that these two batsmen, still looking to find some form. They only played the one match, a couple of matches each so far in this West Indies Championship season. Lane to continue to Webster. And that's a huge appeal again. He's gone running off. And again the umpire says not out.
Ooh. What did that hit? I want to see that again, Terry. That is an interesting delivery. Let's see where it pitched. He goes there, pitched up.
Full again. I think he's
going down.
I think he's calling it down leg both times, but very, very close once again. Lane thought he had his man.
But you see
Webster survives.
You see the importance, Terry, of bowling a fuller length, right?
And
Simply
stump to
because
stump.
Webster is falling over. So Lane just has to be patient. He just has to land that one on the money. That was a good delivery there. Just now he just lost his way and bowled a short delivery. There's no need for that. Just needed to go full again.
Yeah, easily turned back with a square by Webster for a comfortable 2.
So no pace in this track here.
No.
That really didn't get up. It was just easy for Webster to play that shot. He knows that you're on Lane. He's upset with himself. He knows that he had to come back even fuller. But he's a kind of bowler, Terry, that when he comes back for his second and third spell, he always ups a gear.
They
Here we
clean
go.
bowled him this time. He didn't have to worry about the umpire, bro.
Here we go. That's what we're talking about, Terry. Landing the ball in the right area. Troubled him. Just attack the stumps. That's all you have to do. Because Webster really turned him right around, Terry, and went through the defense. And Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they've lost their second wicket.
Straight through and beautiful delivery by Lane. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 10 for 2.
So looks as if we will have our first break, Terry.
Yeah, exciting first hour. 10 for 2. West Indies Academy on top. Excellent delivery there by Johan Lane. So we'll take a break and be back with you at Coolidge in about 5 minutes.
So welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground. And if you're wondering what the score is after the first hour, 10 for 2, you might feel that you're in England. Good afternoon, Mallory Richards.
Good afternoon, Vernon. Good afternoon to everyone, wherever they may be. Yes, quite bowler-friendly conditions here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. West Indies Academy making good use of it so far. As you said, 10 for 2 into the 10th over here now. Both openers removed, 1 wicket apiece for Lane and Blades. And if there's one area I think they could just probably improve, is just there. Just allowing the batters to leave the ball outside that off stump. You want them to play a bit more, especially in these threatening conditions here. Good cloud cover, not too hot. We're seeing extended spells from these fast bowlers as well. Just want them to
Bowl
change
fuller
the
length.
line.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bowl that fuller length, as you said, as well as you see that one. Just a bit tennis bally. Quite a bit of moisture here in Antigua. As you know, we've had that rain delay. A lot of rain last night and this morning.
Heavy rain as well, too.
Heavy downpours here. Actually quite surprising we've got cricket on as quickly as we have,
Yeah,
considering the amount of rain. Good work, must say kudos
Always,
to the ground
always.
staff here at CCG as well.
Kadeem, Travis, and those guys have really done a tremendous job in getting some sort of play here. But the leading run score so far in the competition, Mali, Jason Mohammed has stepped out with his team, Trinidad and Tobago, in trouble. He's accustomed to this. His composure. A successful over for the West Indies Academy, 10 for 2. And when you're in the score 10 for 2, 10 overs, you must be wondering what's happening. But it's overcast conditions here.
Yeah, very overcast conditions. As you said, we haven't seen the sun too much here today. Hopefully it'll just peek its head out as this day progresses. But as you were saying, Vernon, Jason Mohammed, the top batter in the competition so far, almost approaching 500 runs. And he's only played 3 innings. 3 consecutive hundreds, so he's in a rich vein of form. Approaching 40 years old now, as you see the top 5 leading run scorers charts there. Jason Mohammed, look at that average, 241 and counting. Jonathan Drakes is putting in some good performances as well. Good to see Johnny Campbell back. Craig Brathwaite, as usual, that big double century.
Oh, yeah.
But also Cephas Cooper, that young Trinidadian batter. Didn't get many here today, but he's been in the runs as well.
Here is a delivery by Blades, more of a fuller length. And Django not getting that big stride out, but was able to just hit it up to Mbeki Joseph. It's good to see him back, Mali.
Yeah, it's been about a year since we saw him here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground playing for the West Indies Academy.
I think the last time I heard about him, he was in a T10 or T20 tournament somewhere around.
Possibly.
Yeah.
But in this format of the game,
It's good to see him back.
yeah, had quite a decent start to his first-class career.
Almost looks like he's one of the short competitive players who backs himself as a batsman.
Stocky type.
Yeah.
You know, we've seen quite a few of them in his competition. You think of Jamal Hamilton, quite similarly built, short, quite muscular, looking to pack a punch. So he'll be hoping that his team could bowl out this Trinidad and Tobago in these friendly conditions so he can resume his first-class career, which was abruptly shortened last season as well. If you remember, he had to retire hurt, was hit in the head as well.
Yes. Right here.
Right here is
Coolidge.
Coolidge. Slightly different conditions now.
Lane won't get there. Badly line delivery again by Blades, just overcompensating, strain down the leg side, and Django. There's a welcome shot for him. Turned it fine. Lane had to be scurrying across. Couldn't get there. And the first boundary of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force innings, Mali.
Yeah, first boundary coming up in the 11th over here. As you said, poorly lined from Jediah Blades, just down that leg side. That ball didn't swing. He'll be hoping to get that ball to swing away from the left-handed Django. This one didn't swing, just went on with the natural angle. Just made contact. Johan Lane down that fine leg. Briskly getting across, but couldn't save the boundary.
Blades would want to land this into the right area. Short and banged away over John Johnson down to the boundary for 4. That was a gift. It stood up. As Mali has indicated, tennis bounce. If you try to bang the ball into the surface here, really doesn't have any pace simply because of the moisture. So you got to be consistent in bowling a fuller length.
Yeah, at any level, short wide deliveries are put away. Even more so at the first class level. Competent batter in Amir Django. You were mentioning just how much he would have improved in the last couple seasons or so. Scoring that ODI century on debut against Bangladesh in St. Kitts. Going on to make his test debut in Pakistan was a bit of a struggle for most of the West Indian batsmen on that tour. But he's a player in good form. Good delivery, that's a better one.
Squared him up.
Unlucky.
Got a boundary.
Unlucky.
But you won't mind that, Mali, because that's the area that you want to be bowling. You just got to be patient.
Yeah, a slight flurry of runs here coming for Trinidad and Tobago in this Blades over. But as you said, that delivery, good delivery, more in that area in which you'll be hoping to lower that left-handed batter onto the front foot. If anything, for me, still just slightly short. You've got to risk getting driven, especially in these conditions, quite bowler-friendly conditions, but we're seeing this cloud cover just starting to dissipate now. So the West Indies Academy have got to make use.
14 runs in this over so far. In fact, 12. Sorry, we had three boundaries. So finally, the over comes to an end. Blade stands there as if like, what is happening? But it's just one of those days. That's how cricket goes. Today, maybe just not his day. 22 for 2 at the end of 11.
Yeah, that was a good delivery to end that over from Blades. Good leave as well. Have a look at this. Maybe just a bit of seam movement back in. Yeah, just a bit. But Django, pretty knowledgeable of where that off stump is. Didn't do quite enough to come back and threaten that off stump. But in the right areas there, and what would give Blades a bit of confidence, and maybe just a bit of extra confidence, was the movement off the pitch back into the left-handed Django. If he can get the ball to swing away as well, ooh, could be testing here in these conditions.
3 slips go down. As Lane is going to bowl to Jason Mohammed, and that one, Jason Mohammed coming across and just sparingly at it, but because of the lack of pace, Mali didn't really carry to the short leg fielder.
Yeah, and the short leg fielder is quite far there for me, especially as you're saying with that lack of pace. Maybe if it is going to go there, it's probably going to lob. It's not going to go too quickly. It's probably best to have to take a couple steps in.
Maybe just get onto the next practice square there, or the next pitch.
Get in there a bit closer.
Down the onside.
And every now and again, Yogi Lane just loses his line down the leg side, just pushing down the leg side, maybe just losing that wrist position at the last moment. I think he's also got to be very wary of where he's landing on the crease. I'd like to see him get a bit closer. Johan Lane tends to just jump a bit wide. That in itself can have its benefits in terms of jumping wide, angling the ball in and getting it to hold. But once again, he's wide on that crease.
Gotta force him to play, especially Mohammed early in his innings. Don't give him time to have a look, because he's so experienced. He understands the conditions. He understands for-day cricket. And he's a patient guy. He's demonstrated that so far for the season. So early o'clock, you want to go at him, especially with the new ball. You want to give him something to think about. Maybe just get him caught on the crease.
And he's only faced 6 deliveries, but you can tell he's a player who's in good form. Just the way he's going about his business. Just the way he's leaving outside that off stump as well.
Here's him getting a delivery and punching it down the backward point. Can't score, remains or not.
He's getting into good positions. Jason Mohammed probably having his best season so far in his
first class
career. Coming in the autumn of his career, you would say, towards the back end. 38 years old now.
Yeah.
Jason Mohammed.
Stands up and punches that into the offside. Gets his first run. And Ken Malley, the elegance of batting, looking to hit the ball in front of the V, not square. But balance. And again, Lane now would have to work out now. The length that he's going to bowl, because Mohammed is a shorter stature player.
Yeah, just a bit too short there, but as you said, getting on top of the bounce, the lanky Johan Lane just seems to have that extra time as well. Jason Mohammed to get into position, just knocking that into the gap, getting off the mark.
I know yesterday, Mali, would have been a day which somebody will come back to that, get back wrong.
Swing.
Yeah.
From round the wicket, inward movement there through the air by Johan Lane. It's a good delivery to end.
Really good delivery. And it caught Django. Django lost his shape. Lucky enough that he was playing straight, Mali.
Yeah, it took the inner half of that bat as well, as you just see that bat turning in his hand. But at least, as you said, Vernon, he was looking to play straight, presenting as full a bat face for as long as possible. That was a good delivery. Maybe something for Johan Lane to think about now, at least to the left-hander around the wicket, with the amount of movement that we saw in that last delivery. Good pace as well. But you were saying, Vern?
Talking about the loss of your colleague, and I know you guys were very close. The late Ronaka Morton. Yeah.
Always a big miss, especially here, not just for West Indies cricket, but massively in the Lee Woods. Every year on the anniversary of his death, it's like almost a somber reminder of his contribution
to West Indies cricket
overall.
Because he also played for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yep.
Was his family was from
Trinidad at the time.
At the time when he got into the car crash. Seemed like a long time ago, 2012. Yeah. But really, what a man, Mali. Played with his heart. He's one of the guys, Mali, I'll tell you, plain and straight, who I decided I was never going to get into umpiring.
Yes. He's the kind of player that you love to have.
That, Mali.
2 and a bit.
Yeah, 2 and a bit seasons. Yeah, because remember he was there when they had the introduction of the Headley Week series. So he's been around for some time. Also had stints as well in the CPL.
The Jamaica Tala was then
and then came to the Antigua Falcons. In fact, I'm not mistaken. He not. I think he had a stint with the St. Kitts Nevis Patriots as well, to Mali.
There again, though.
Yeah.
Swing. Love to see that one again. Maybe going past the inside edge on that occasion.
Yeah.
Big swing from Nathan Edward.
Yeah, he is getting the ball to curl around, yeah.
Especially from the CIU road end. Just a gentle breeze going across from right to left here at the CCG. And Edward so far into his fourth over, just conceded 4 runs. He's been threatening. He's got to make this ball count. Still a hard, newish delivery. Still only 19 overs old. Oh, shot. Whew. And that's what we were talking about with Nathan Edward. He is quite skiddy. And one adjustment we've seen from him is in his run. There's more intensity in that run-up. Just an extra yard of pace, just keeping Jason Mohammed honest here. Have a look at this. Short, on the money. Good bounce, good carry through to wicketkeeper Bowen Tuckett.
And that's the first one, Mali, that has took off for the day.
You probably wouldn't expect that from Nathan Edward.
That's the first one that has took off for the day. Good take by Callum Bowen Tuckett. They're down to 2 slips now. So the academy sensing something here. Edwards working up some pace here.
Rhythm looks good. Just there again, threatening the outer half of Jason Mohammed's bat, but well played by Mohammed.
And there's been a cause for concern, Mali, mainly to Django since Edward has started his spell.
Yeah, he's the main threat to the left-hander, especially from that angle. Starting the ball on the stumps, getting it to swing away late. Every time Django, it looks like it's there for the drive. But it's just swinging away from the middle of the bat towards the outside edge. And luckily for Django, he hasn't taken the outside edge, but he's got to be cognizant of that threat of Edward.
Now Mohammed is getting his own dose, having to deal with Edwards. No ball here. Every now and again, it's almost like a bug from the CIUN, Mali. Edwards' his third no ball of the day.
Yeah, I was just going to say, his third no ball, he's conceded just 2 runs off the bat so far into his 4th over. So just illustrating just how well he's been bowling in this spell so far. And in conditions not too hot here at the CCG, you maybe expect these medium fast bowlers to bowl extended spells. Spells up to 6, 7, 8, maybe 9, 10 overs. We saw O'Shane Thomas bowl 11 over spell there in St. Lucia this morning. Just getting across his stumps is Mohammed.
Get on the money again here from Edwards.
And with that movement as well, back into the right-hander. Short leg is in a bad position. Just saw that last delivery. Just take the inside edge and just loop up into that silly mid-on area.
Testing period of time here. The Academy, they need another wicket or two just before T Mali. Wide delivery by Christopher Wright, just nudging over to his compatriot and recognizing that there should be expected to be one legal delivery in the spell. $38 for 2. The partnership is 28 from 59, so it's been a tough going here.
Yeah. Can Edward produce that in-swinger now once again? Similar to that delivery we saw in that first, well, actually the first delivery of the over.
No ball again. Yes, he's now coming up to the umpire now to ask him what is happening.
Just seeing Mohammed just getting himself into a slight tangle
Yeah.
in terms of his positioning, that head positioning, especially to that ball coming in to him from left arm over.
Well, you know one thing, Mali, for sure, which we always tend to pick up. In the Caribbean, once you find somebody who's swinging the ball, it's always a major concern for batsmen as well. And so there's Edwards just needs to be able to just find that money ball, as they would say. Stroke beautifully to cover, and he poses for the pitcher. Half volley put away by a man in form.
Yeah, no swing on that one. Long half volley deposited to that cover boundary quite sweetly, as you said. Posing on the shot was Jason Mohammed. Have a look at this. Maybe just looking to bring it back. No swing, just carrying on with the natural angle. Showing good hands was Mohammed, good head positioning. 13 from 31 now. Approaching 500 runs for the season. Just into his 4th innings so far, so he'll be looking for at least 1,000 runs.
It's quite possible.
It's very possible.
In this competition.
Still a long way to go.
There are some big teams to match up against. You got Jamaica, Barbados, Trinidad. No, you got Guyana, Barbados, and Jamaica. So they still have 3 big games after this one.
Topping the table coming into this round,
yeah.
TNT Red Force.
So they're going to be tested. But we're back with the action here. Kelvin Pittman fell away there, Mali, but the intent wasn't bad
Nah,
there.
you don't mind that. You don't mind that. If he is going to stray, you prefer to straying slightly outside that off stump.
Than to be bowling short.
Yes. At least he's in the right vicinity. That's the area in which he just has to work away here. Try and apply some pressure onto these Red Force batters.
Pittman wearing the number 9 into ball to Django. Short ball. And that had some zip on it, Mali. He was thinking about either playing and leaving. Got an edge and it flew over the slip cordon and down to the wide, to the third man boundary for 4.
Yeah, just some indecision from Amir Django on that one. Not quite sure whether to play, whether to leave in the end. Just took the top edge. Luckily for him, flew flying over the head of the slip, over the slip region. 4 more to him. He's into the 20s now. But if you're Pittman, he shouldn't be too discouraged with that.
Not at all.
Creating that indecision. At least he's consistently on or about that off stump. Just there again. So better start to this over from Kelvin Pittman.
And his stride pattern looks more consistent, Mali, because every now and again there's some stutters just before he gets to the crease. He could most likely, Andrew Coley, who is the batting, well, he's one of the coaching consultant here working with the academy for this period of time. The West Indies Academy in the interview did indicate that this morning. And I find that when he was around Pittman sort of looked at a different bowler. Let's see if he'll get that one right again. Down the onside, short delivery.
That's the inconsistency we're talking about.
Yeah. Every now and again.
Every now and again.
Comes in.
Deviates away from the plan.
And it is about building pressure, Mali. Edwards has been consistent. So what it means is that you don't, from this end, Pittman has to be able to look and see what is Edwards doing outside of the no balls.
And the use of that short ball by Edward as well, in particular, as a surprise delivery.
Yes.
Better from Pittman there. That shot maybe just illustrating the form of a Jason Mohammed. Was going back onto the back foot when he could have easily just come forward and caressed that through the covers, but showing that he's still probably seeing this ball as big as a watermelon.
50 up for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. 50 for 2. And it's been really tough going here, Mali.
Yeah, it has been.
They just have to be patient. They have to be patient. They have to be consistent. They're feeling like they need a wicket in every ball, but they got to build pressure. Oh,
That's the one.
that is it.
That's the one. Good delivery outside the off stump to end that over. Just catching Mohammed on the crease is Pittman. Slightly fuller in length this time. Perfect length, actually, as Jeff Boycott would say, the corridor.
Of uncertainty.
And just going away from the right-hander.
And what he has to just remember, Mali, in the back of his mind, is just those areas. That is muscle memory. Understand? He got everything right there.
Perfect delivery. And I think a fair comparison for Kelvin Pittman, if he is to develop in the way that we'd want him to, would be a Simon Jones. Even on that last delivery, you saw the way he ran in, that action follow through, very reminiscent of a Simon Jones, the English fast bowler from the mid-2000s.
Bowling that heavy ball.
Heavy deliveries, full in length, big outswing, using the older ball to get that reverse as well. So not just a bowler who could bowl with the newer ball, but also having the skills to be threatening with the older ball.
Mali, I always tell folks that every time Andy Roberts came to Warner Park in St. Kitts and Nevis, they always used to have this cry that Warner Park is a dead track. But every time Andy Roberts left St. Kitts, He left with 10, he left with 12, just as he rightly said, because he assessed the conditions and worked out what areas that he was going to bowl. Django waiting for Edwards. No ball again.
It's been the main mode of scoring for these Red Force batters versus
Edwards.
Well, I think it's fifth or sixth no ball. So just striving for some extra pace is Edward. We've seen him add that intensity to the run, to his run up, having watched him over the last 3-4 years. Django looking to counter this swing by just batting a few paces outside of his crease. Ooh. Just there, going away once again.
Yeah, he's going to be a handful.
He is. But where it's just easier for the left-hander, though, is when it starts outside that off stump and just continues going. It's more difficult when it's starting on the stumps and swinging away late, swinging towards the outside edge. That's where you've got to be so cognizant of that off stump, what to play, what to leave. Because with 3 slips and a gully there, just waiting for that edge. Anticipating an outside edge there.
It's
Just like
gone!
that.
That's what Mally Richards was talking about. Mally read this like a script. He says he knew he was going to be worrying Django, and it pays off.
And what makes that even better, just look at Django's foot movements here. He advances, even looking to get even closer to this delivery. But once again, movement on these deliveries. Once these balls swing here in the West Indies, they cause problems for West Indian batsmen. Edward picks up his first. Django goes. Expansive drive, taking it slip. Trinidad Red Force, 51 for 3.
That's a big wicket. That is a big wicket. And when you get a wicket like Django, you know for sure that you had to be bowling well. And as Mali was calling it all the time, he kept worrying. From the time he's coming to the attack, he's been worrying Django. And even when Jason Mohammed, the over before, came down, you also saw Edwards getting the ball to swing. Let's look at it again, Mali. He was trying to advance to him outside the line of the off stump, nicked off, and a comfortable catch.
That's the thing we were saying. Left arm over to the left-handed batter, especially if that bowler has the ability to get that ball to swing away late. It's almost like kryptonite for the left-handed batter, especially when that ball's full. It looks there to drive. I swear I've been in that position a million times. It looks drivable.
But it's just not there.
It's just not there, and in the end, taking the outside edge, it brings yet another informed batter to the crease in Joshua De Silva, captain of this Red Force team, former West Indies vice captain as well.
51 for 3. And Joshua De Silva walks in, two of the most prolific, informed players in terms of what we're talking about for this season.
Coming off twin hundreds versus the Leewards in the previous round in St. Kitts.
Joshua De Silva, 252 runs, 271 minutes, 329 balls, high score of 152. Back-to-back hundreds against the Leeward Hurricanes at Warner Park. Gets his first leave. Did he get an edge onto that, Mali?
He did.
That saved him. Almost thought that he was through.
It did look like he got through him there.
Just for a moment.
That inside edge, you can see De Silva cognizant of keeping that front foot out of the way here to those deliveries. Ooh. Swinging back inside edge onto the foot.
Worrying times here.
Movement, got to get a short leg in. Got to get a short leg in here. Not necessarily because of pace and bounce, but
just to give
the
movement something to think
and
about.
The movement on these deliveries, threatening the inside edge. You get inside edge onto pad. You could have one just lob up as well. Always hunting wickets. Got to be hunting wickets.
Edwards coming right down. Didn't complete his action there. Dead ball signaled by the umpire, Christopher White. This is going to be a testing period of time here, Mali.
Yeah, and it must be said, these are the perfect conditions for a bowler such as Nathan Edward.
And all of a sudden, it's getting overcast here again.
It is. The cloud cover just starting to increase once again.
The cameraman is moving around because he sensed that something special is going to happen. He's moving into his spot. Okay. The silver, just a little bit of exuberance. They are playing that delivery, saying, listen, I should have been able to punch that away to give myself some confidence, put the pressure back on Nathan Edwards.
He'll be happy with that, though, in terms of presenting a full face. Still got to get acclimatized to conditions here. As good a form as he's been in.
It's a new day.
It's a new day, new match, new conditions. That pitch in Warner Park, vastly different to the one here at CCG.
That was like a road.
And that's where that natural variation comes in when it doesn't swing. That one just going on with the natural angle.
But a little naughty shot there as well too by Joshua De Silva, Mali. Rather looking to get fancy rather than looking to just up in front of him again with defense. If we can get our camera guy to just nick that one back, Mali.
And it's Edward with the ability to swing it back. He's going to force the right-hander to play at balls that maybe he shouldn't really play at, just worrying about the Edward having that ability to bring the ball back.
Got you. 51 for 3 at the end of 21. And the West Indies Academy, they're sensing something here, Mali. Let's look at it, right, Mali, as you rightly said.
Just going on with the angle, but you see De Silva getting outside that off stump, looking to cover that off stump in case that ball comes back, but just went on with the angle. And as he said, a little naughty shot. Didn't go quite too hard at that one.
T is 18 minutes away. Can the Academy prize out one of these two? Can it be Mohammed? Kelvin Pittman bungs away from the major center end. Turned away. That's an easy shot from Mohammed. Anything offline, and he just the exhibition just turned it and got another boundary, Mali.
Yeah, almost played in a nonchalant type style from Jason Mohammed. Just looks to have that extra time at the crease, extra split second, gets into position, gets enough bat on that, races away quite fine. There is a man down on the fine leg boundary. Looks like Mbeki Joseph down there at fine leg, but he is quite wide.
He's gone past 500 runs now, Mali.
Yeah, 19.
502.
So his prolific form continues. Quite testing conditions. He's looked unbothered. Every now and again, maybe just loses a little bit of concentration, but as you see there, he's giving himself as a good opportunity, looking to play straight.
I think the Academy has to back themselves, Mali, and they have to go for it. They have to know that, listen, we want Mohammed or De Silva, we need both. Before T, they got to be thinking about it, and that's why the point that you were talking about, even just getting the short leg in, just to give the batsman something to think about.
You've got to make use of the conditions. And with conditions the way they are, they would have won that toss, inserted Trinidad and Tobago red force. Bowler-friendly conditions here. Seam bowler-friendly. Once again, just straying down that leg side is Pittman. Maybe just pushing that ball, that head falling away slightly.
Yeah, he just needs to land it into that right area. Has to relax. Muscle memory.
But to be fair, I think one area in which I can say we've seen a little improvement in Kelvin Pittman has been in his mechanics. Not quite as raw as we would have seen him a couple seasons ago. That head used to fall away a lot more.
55 for 3. Mohammed leading Caribbean score. That was wide. I don't think. Would you say he went at that, Mali?
Not at all. That was actually a leave. Strange to say, but it was a leave from Jason Mohammed on that one. Have a look at this again.
It was that wide. That
it was that wide.
He could afford to do that.
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
also illustrating just how
wide it was.
yeah, and just how much of he's seeing the ball early. Jason Mohammed, he's seeing the ball straight from the bowler's hand. He's making his decisions early as well, getting into good positions. Just there, gets a bit square though.
That's what you're talking about, Mali. They got to be tight. They got to be tight. That sweep, that man on the sweeper on the boundary, Mali, got to get him in.
Not sure why he's there.
Yeah, they're 50 in these conditions. That's a wasted. That's a wasted feeler
They're
there.
worried about Pittman leaking runs. That's clear to see.
And now they got a deep backward square, Mali, which is don't understand that. There may be something that I don't know really here. Well, I think they should be trying to build pressure here on Trinidad and Tobago.
Go shot.
Yeah, not for 20. Pittman finishes is over. 22 overs bowled, 55 for 3.
Yeah, for me, just not making best use of these conditions at times. As he said, with that field setting, illustrating probably shorter pitch bowling, but here in these conditions, not the quickest pitch. A slight tinge of green, as he said, there was live grass on that. The wickets we've seen have come to the fuller pitch deliveries. Obviously, we know Kelvin Pittman is going to want to test out that shorter length, but I think for now, he's just got to keep it simple. The conditions are dictating play here, and it's just best that he doesn't fight the conditions and goes with them.
There's something called patience, and the young bowlers have to learn that. They have to bowl in partnerships. What's your role? What's my job? My job is to build pressure from the media center end. Edwards is the one who's been picking up the wickets. Maybe on the back end I might get a couple. No sense in competing. Edwards on the money again.
The thing about Edwards as well, he gets close. Gets really close to the stumps upon delivery. Which means that he's starting the ball in the line of the stumps, luring the batters into coming forward as well, and with that ability to swing the ball. For me, here today, he's been the main threat.
55 for 3. Edwards, overcast conditions here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Joshua De Silva.
Just there again.
On naught. Still remains on naught, even after playing that delivery.
Yeah, just honing in is Edward.
And he's maybe fancying, Mali, that Joshua De Silva is an LBW candidate.
That as well. We've seen De Silva over the years maybe just have that tendency to fall across his stumps, that maybe just losing balance, especially early in his innings. It's a real opportunity with that open stance. So it tells you he's pretty wary.
This time he just glides this one into the cover region, thinking about 2. But Jordan Johnson, another no ball again by Edwards, the 6th.
Yeah, he's having real no ball issues.
Yeah. Every now and again, just striving for that extra pace. He's just going to look down there. He's looking at his mark and all. Make sure you got that right. How you walk is how you run.
But just watching Nathan Edwards as well, just also the way he's gone about his work should also tell you just why a bowler such as a Mitchell Johnson was as dangerous as he was. You saw Josh De Silva on that last delivery look to counter the swing by advancing. But with the Rockets, Mitchell Johnson were bowling 150 plus. That would be very hard to do in which to counter that swing. So you could see when Mitchell Johnson was in his pump, top form, he's almost unplayable.
Very unplayable. And the height advantage as well too, because he bowled a very heavy ball. Now Edwards will get stronger.
Definitely.
Edwards is not as tall as Mitchell Johnson. He's almost like a midget, but he's going to get stronger, and he's going to be very, very, very effective as well. Had a stint with Trinidad Knight Riders in the CPL. He very well might be going back there for the next season.
Once again, just missing his run. Good to abort.
Speaking very highly about him, likes him, thinks he's going to be a handful.
Yeah, he's got good white ball skills.
Yeah.
He's come into cricket actually with good white ball skills. Would have played mainly white ball cricket down there in St. Martin.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
So he's coming with good slower balls, good cutters. Changes in trajectory as well, lower arm. Oh, just there getting a cross his stumps is Mohammed.
Having a conversation with Edwards. Edwards honing in at those pads.
Yeah, he's got to be careful not to get too far across these stumps. Looks to come across again. Advancing slightly, yeah.
Got to be careful. Because Edwards could just get that one to straighten. I think if he misses, I think he knows that it could be curtains for him.
And the way both batters are looking to counter Nathan Edward here just illustrates how much of a threat and just how well he's actually bowled here this morning.
Another no ball again. No, he's got to get that right because you don't want to be guilty, Mally, where he gets a wicket on a no ball.
Yeah, he's just undoing all the good work he's done with these no balls here. What, his 7th no ball here today?
Just think that in terms of, let me watch this again, Mally, see where he's jumping from.
He's jumping from quite close to the umpire.
Yeah, I think so. I think maybe he could just jump maybe a couple meters back.
There's an added intensity. That's clear to see
in
his
run up. Yeah.
So he's obviously made a change, looking to find an extra yard somewhere.
Can we say that there's also a little hill there as well? Too,
that
right?
as well.
He's got to be able to master that one. Another no ball again. Ooh.
Yeah. Good delivery though.
It is. He's disgusted with himself.
He should be.
Yeah, he's cussing himself.
It's a bit of a mixed bag here, isn't it?
Yeah. Take away those no balls, he's bowled well.
Yeah, he's been so threatening.
You'd be interested to see how close he is, Mally, to those no balls. I wish that we could have seen where he was landing, but we'll find out. Let's look and see what's happening. That might be about his 9th. I'm probably not exaggerating too much, Mally.
I think you're right. Haven't been too many runs conceded off the bat to Nathan Edward.
7 so far?
7.
Yeah. It's got to get that right.
7 out of 16 into his 6th.
In fact, that is 8, Mally.
8. So, 8 no balls. Far too many. Just there again, falling over slightly.
Yeah, that's what you were talking about.
Is the silver and also the ball just lobbing into that.
You're talking about that short leg region.
Silly mid-on. Got to be hunting wickets. These are ways you hunt wickets. You think back to a Chaminda Vaas, especially when he was at his peak. Maybe not bowling on the most bowler-friendly pitches, dry, dusty pitches in Sri Lanka. Keeper standing up to the stumps, not allowing the batters to advance. Maybe that would be something as well young Bowen Tuckett would think about as this innings progresses as well.
Yes,
maybe not just yet.
He's called for the helmet.
He has.
Yeah, he has called for the helmet. Wow. So as you rightly said, Mally, and with 7 minutes to go, Mally, I think this is experience now where O'Geese has to be able to read that situation to understand, hey, something is happening. I've got to make it happen. Even though Nathan Edwards is bowling no ball, we got to still keep the pressure up. 61 for 3 at the end of 23.
As we're saying, maybe not the hottest day we've had here at the CCG. So you expect the medium fast bowlers to bowl extended spells. Edward, 6 overs, 1 for 17. The kind of form the rhythm he looks in as well. Apart from those no balls, it'll be hard to prize the ball out of his hand.
Well, let me say something to you, Mally. Colin Boyne Tuckett has called for the helmet every time because he simply wants to keep the batsman in check. This time, O'Geese wasn't in favour, and so the 12th man was sent off with the helmet. But I think it was a good move by Colin Boyne Tuckett to say, hey, listen, we got to be able to kind of keep the pressure on here. 5 minutes to go before tea. We need a wicket.
Yeah,
Oh,
crucial juncture.
jeez.
Good delivery again from Pittman. Going past the outside edge. Went past the outside edge of Jason Mohammed on the final delivery 2 overs ago. Pretty similar delivery. And this is what this young man can do. Just there on that fuller length, in that corridor, just outside that off stump. Test batter in Joshua De Silva.
And as you rightly said, his biomechanics in that delivery was on the money.
Superb. It's where he's actually improved, where we've seen the most improvement from a Kelvin Pittman is in his mechanics.
61 for 3. Short ball, just what we were talking about. Every now and again, that bug comes in. No need for that. If you're going to bowl a short ball, you have to bowl a short ball. That was almost a long hop. And De Silva, in good form, almost like he just saw Warner Park wicket in front of him. He just smacked that for 4.
To be honest, just looking at that delivery, it looks like Pittman wasn't actually trying to bowl a short ball there based on the intent of that delivery. Just missed his length. Was maybe looking to bowl a little fuller, missed that length, deposited easily.
Worked into the onside. Fielder from deep backward square and John Johnson coming around and just cutting that down to 1. So good work indeed. And as Mali keeps illustrating every time, almost every over that Pittman just about as bowl is maybe leaked a boundary, but that's okay. You don't mind that. He just has to remember, muscle memory. Just remember.
It's how the boundaries have leaked at times that have been maybe a little disappointing. When you veer away from what's been successful or what can make you successful in these conditions, that's the disappointing part. If he takes the edge outside the off stumps, goes through the slips for 4, can't fault him at all.
Full toss, not put away by Jason Mohammed. I was tailoring in. But the most important thing is that he was looking to play the ball straight, just played it up to mid-on. Joshua De Silva trying to make sure that this could be the final over. That's where experience comes in. 307. I think they'll have one more, but just having a conversation, slowing down the West Indies Academy.
To be fair to young Pittman, I think he's been slightly better than his figures have suggested so far. He's
not for 25. You're on the money, Mali. Short and wide, spanked out to that fielder. We were asking why he is there.
For that one.
The thing about it is that you can't set a field for bad bowling.
And that's exactly what they've done there on that, to have that man here back on the backward point boundary.
No, it's too early. It's too early in the contest.
In these conditions, overcast day, seamer bowler friendly, should be licking your chops. Really.
I even have a
as
problem.
A fast bowler.
I even have a problem with Jordan Johnson. Yeah, I think Jordan Johnson should be in the square leg area, especially for Joshua De Silva. Ken short.
And I think if you want to use a man actually on the deep backward square boundary, the man has to be fine leg. You move fine leg into deep backward square. Obviously, you're telling Kelvin Pittman, I want you to bowl the ball off stump, outside that off stump. Can't afford to too straight.
The knowledge of one of the finest young captains that Leeward Islands would have seen at an early age speaking here, Mali Richards. That's something I feel, Mali, that we got to seriously work on in the Caribbean. Our captains and their strategies. Without having to wait on data from the backroom staff and the captains on the field. It's like they have a script in front of them and they're just operating from what is being said. I want to see your innovation.
Yeah, I also want to see young captains have a natural feel for the game as well. You know, it's one thing to have tactics, but when you go out there, things could be different. You have to change on the fly. You've got to adjust to different types, different styles of players as well.
The man with the money, Joshua De Silva, is on the non-striker's end. And he's looking at Joshua Bishop.
Mm.
So Bishop. Straight away into the contest. He's among the wickets, I know for sure this season.
Once again, he's in the top 5.
Yeah.
Trinidad's carry pair coming into this round, the leading wicket taker. We've got 26 wickets, if my memory serves.
26, Mally, so you're right. Joshua Bishop has got 14 so far. Maybe last season he might have had more.
Big Raheem Cornwall again. And I'll ask the viewers, if you're viewing this game, what's the common theme you see running through the top 5 leading wicket takers so far?
All spinners. We see it at all levels. From under 15, under 17.
I think of the top 20 bowlers so far in this West Indies 4-day championship, only 4 a seam or fast bowlers. 16 spinners.
Akeem Jordan with 11.
He's the leading fast bowler so
Ewan
far.
Lane has got 9. Yeah, Mark Minley, he's got 8. Matthew Ford has been in the conversation as well. Ramon Simmons. Blades for the academy, he's got 6. Colin Archibald, he's got 6 as well too. So you're right, Mally, in terms of coming around with the seamers. But I really would not like to be a seamer bowling at the Warner Park track at all. Now that was short, took a long time, Mally, but Jason Mohammed is in such good touch that he waited on it. Didn't try to overhit it, but just hit it past the short mid-wicket fielder and it sped away down the hill for another boundary.
Yeah, especially on a pitch that maybe it's not playing at its quickest just yet with the amount of rain that we would have had. Short, just a bit too slow, allowing the batter to adjust. And it will be T. So that boundary brings up T. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force go into T 73 for 3. Jason Mohammed 27 off 49 and Joshua De Silva 7 off 14. Just the 1 over from Joshua Bishop so far here today. But it's been really the seamers, 3 seamers in Jediah Blades, Johan Lane and Nathan Edward, the wicket takers so far.
Cephas Cooper caught Boyne Tuckett, bowl Blades without scoring. Tian Webster bowl Johan Lane for 8. And Amir Django beautifully caught at first slip by Revalda Clark of Nathan Edwards for 22. The bowling so far for the West Indies Academy. Blades 6 overs, 2 maidens, 15 runs, 1 wicket. Lane 7 overs, 2 maidens, 8 runs, 1 wicket. Nathan Edwards 6 overs, 2 maidens, 17 runs, 1 wicket. Kelvin Pittman 5 overs, no maiden, 26 runs, no wicket. And Joshua Bishop, the lone over so far, is gone for 6. 8 no balls so far have been bowled, all 8 by Nathan Edwards. And at the end of it, 25 overs bowled, 73 for 3. Umpires Christopher Wright and Nigel Dugid will go into tea. And we also ourselves will take a tea break. So on behalf of the man himself, Terry and Mally, I'm Vernon A. Springer along with our technical crew here from 360. We'll take a break, and when we come back, we'll come back in under 12 minutes time.
.22-year-old Matthew Ford from right here in Barbados, Spicestown to be exact. Matthew, it's been a crazy journey for you. I remember actually being here a year ago when you made your one international debut against the same England team. That journey, all that's happened to this point, one word to describe it, what would you say?
Amazing.
And he strikes again. Good delivery, good delivery.
Tell me about your debut as well. Think back to your emotion, the feeling you had. Talk us through that day.
I think for me it was hunger and passion on that day. You know, obviously there were 2 matches in Antigua and I didn't play. And coming to Barbados and being able to debut, I mean, it was really a dream come true. And the atmosphere was absolutely electric.
In the air, a second wicket for Matthew Ford. He is loving this beginnings here in international cricket.
So be able to do that in a series decider, and you know, we're back here again for another series decider. So for me, it's just about repeating the basics and doing the good things over and over.
We often see you on the field. What about off the field? What type of person would you say Matthew Ford is?
Quite chill, quite down to earth. A lot of the guys see me as the funny one, so you know, we normally just mingle in the room. You know, this tour has been me, Hetmeyer, Seals, Moti, Shepherd. So you know, like we have a bit of camaraderie going, which is quite good.
How did you find that balance at school, and when did you know sort of that cricket would be something you put all your eggs in that basket?
I think I made the World Cup team at, I was like 17, and it was from then I was like, nah, Mom, I'm sorry, but I want to be a cricketer and I am giving it my all to be a cricketer. You know, it was, for me, it was always cricket. I've always dreamt about it. I've always aspired to play cricket in the backyard. Miss Susan Bell, as you would know, she's my neighbor, and she was always telling me from young days she knew I was going to be a cricketer because I had the ball string up, and at 12 and 1 o'clock in the night she can't sleep because I'm just on the ball string. So.
Speaking about, you know, your school days, we kind of played at the same time. I was obviously not as good as Matthew, but I do remember that Jacob Bethel was also playing in and around that same time as well, and you got him out in the first ODI.
Oh dear, this will be soft as. He'll be disappointed with that Jacob Bethel, but more celebration for the men in maroon.
What do you remember about him at school?
Bethel was a menace on the field. I always hated bowling to Bethel. You know, he would be there all day, like without even worrying. So, you know, to get him out in that first game, and for me, like, he's evolved into such a great player. You know, kudos to him. I saw him on the beach when we were in Antigua, and I was like, just got in the gym. Yeah, but he looks really good, and his game has improved tremendously. So, and I'm really happy for him.
Talk about your dad, his influence. I know he's always watching, he'll be here for sure. What influence has he had on Matthew Ford, the person and the player?
My dad's very easygoing, complete opposite to me. I always look up to him. He aspires me to do better every day. You know, I call him my hero, and for me, every time I step on the field, you know, I just want to make him proud, because I know if he has work that day, you know, he doesn't go to work. He'd be home watching that game, or whether it be if I'm playing in the Caribbean, he'd fly around the Caribbean to watch me play. So, you know, he always allowed me to do what I wanted. Mom wanted me to do school. She wanted me to be a doctor. I'm sorry, Mom, but, you know, my dad, he just allowed me to do, you know, aspire my dreams.
You played such an important role in that St. Lucia Kings team, to the point where you guys have won the tournament this year, and there's a few of you in this West Indies team currently. What was the emotion you felt to lift that trophy?
It was unreal. I remember seeing the score we had to chase 139, and it was like 138, and like my eyes just blurred out because I couldn't believe that we'd done it. So, you know, I know the boys are elated, and you know, we'd love to do it again next year.
Tell me about this pace attack. Alzari, who you've bowled with for a number of years in St. Lucia. Jaden, who you played the U19 World Cup with.
How's that? Yep, got him.
Shamar, who's also under 25 and younger like you guys. It seems like there's a new life in this one international team because of the age of you guys. What can we expect?
Nothing but greatness is all I could say. You know, it's a work in progress. We're not the finished product as yet, but every day, like for instance, we had training today, and before training we meet as a group, and Alzari is the leader of the group, and he was like, okay, today whatever we do, when we finish, we're going to finish off with some Yorkers. And you know, everyone's fine with that. Everyone is ready and willing to work, and we accept one another's opinion. That's the most important thing.
Coach Darren Sammy, from when you first came onto the scene in the Caribbean, he was your head coach, and now in the West Indies, he's your head coach. Describe the role he's played in Matthew Ford, the international bowler.
He's a phenomenal guy, and he makes the dressing room so easy. You know, he tells you as it is. He just made things a lot easier. And you know, he would always give you that opportunity, he would always give you that chance, he would let you know what he thinks versus what you think. A lot of the guys trust him, as he's a leader, as we've seen in the future. He's a natural leader.
I've never asked you this, but show us these tattoos and what is the significance of those? Because I've been your friend for a long time, but I never remember seeing these tattoos until recently. So can you tell us about these?
This is a dove, and these are 3 crosses, Father, Son, Holy Spirit. So for me, like, I'm a big guy on prayer as well, and the dove is the messenger. Before we go to every practice and every game, like, we huddle up, I'd say the prayer, you know, and for me, like, I like doing that. I like being the messenger. I like praying for the boys.
Matthew, as a fellow Barbadian, I want to tell you on behalf of the entire island, we are very proud of you. I think you've inspired so many and you continue to inspire, and it's just a joy to watch you on the field, man. The energy that you bring, the vibe, the presence that you have, I hope you keep it up and I wish you a long career full of success.
Thank you, Nikhil.
Come on. When we hear the words Antigua and cricket in the same sentence, we're often thinking about names like Sir Vivian Richards, Andy Roberts, even maybe a Sir Richie Richardson. Maybe one day we could be thinking about Jewel Andrew. Great to have you. Congrats again on all that's happening this year. We are in Antigua, where it's all started for you. Tell me, first of all, how does it feel to be in a West Indies camp?
It feels great, to be honest. You know, playing around the old guys makes me feel even better about myself, and just the support I've been getting so far is something that I want forever.
It's well documented that families played a big part in your journey. If you had to describe the role that they play, how would you put that into words?
If I try, I'll be here a long time. My mom, very neat, you know. She's just my backbone, I should say. She's more confident than me. You know, just seeing her in the stands, you know, gives me that extra push. And, you know, she's just joyful and a good person to be around, and someone that you should have in your corner.
Joel started to play at a young age with big men, so he doesn't play name cricket. You bowl to him, and once you bowl to him in whatever loose ball, he just put it away. So he's fearless. Joel and I have a connection. We talk about everything, every single thing. And if he knows that I'm here, he's going to do his best to make me happy. What he normally says is that, Mom, I'll give you something to watch, because I watch all of his videos over and over again. Once it's on YouTube, I don't watch anything else. So, you know, that's how it goes with us.
If you had to put into words, who is Joel Andrew, what would you tell them?
So a confident young man, you know, fearless, as Viv would say, never die sort of guy. So it's just someone I want to be forever.
Let's talk about the Under-19 World Cup, where this unbelievable year began, where you scored the most runs for the West Indies and you were well talked about. Did you feel any pressure now that there are eyes on you and there's a certain expectation tagged with your name?
At that time, I was feeling extra pressured because, you know, everyone expects me to, you know, score every game, and that's not realistic, but that's what I try to do. I just try not to think about it as much, because at this level, expectations will be high. So just for me to just stick out what I'm doing and just learn as much as I can at this level.
I think a month after that World Cup, you made your first-class debut for Leewards. How have the guys in the Leeward Islands shaped your journey and helped you along this process?
I mean, they push me more than I push myself, especially fitness tests and those things, you know. Aiden is the one that really pushed me to, you know, do an extra one, even when I'm not feeling it, because it will benefit me in the long run, and it did.
I really, you know, see him as a little brother, and I really try to encourage him in, you know, doing the right things to stay at the highest level. So, you know, the only thing I can do is just give him my knowledge and, you know, encourage him a little harder. He just reminds me of myself when I was a kid, you know, just always laughing, sometimes you'll see him sleeping on a chair. So, you know, he's just, at the end of the day, he's just a kid, and, you know, I really, you know, love having him around.
And what about Casey?
He's more, you know, my idol off the field more than on the field, because I like the way he carries himself off the field.
So what about on the field? What's wrong with that?
Nothing is wrong with that, but I just...
You think you could bat better than him?
Yeah.
So much has happened for you in this year. So you get that first-class experience, went to Ireland with the West Indies Academy. While all these things are happening, what is keeping you grounded to remembering sort of where you've come from?
I actually look at old Snapchat videos that my sister sent me when I just started playing. I'm like, look at this to now, you know. It feels like a big achievement, but I just feel it's just the beginning for me.
June 2024, CPL draft is around, and Joel Andrew gets picked. Not only does he get picked, he's going to play for the Antigua Falcons.
Playing for your home is always something you love to do. And I know it's a franchise team, but it feels more like home to me. Receiving, you know, that call was something that I always wanted, to just be in a part of the CPL, because, you know, this is the biggest part in sport, so I always wanted to experience it for myself.
After the CPL, West Indies call up. Where were you exactly when you got that call that you were going to be part of the West Indies setup? What was your emotion?
I was actually on my way back home from the CPL, and I cried instantly. Because, you know, just receiving that from the coach, that I would be a part of the team, it made me feel good about myself, and it's something I always wanted.
That squad was captained by Shea Hope, who you've always said is your biggest idol. Why Shea Hope?
I mean, he's just cut above the rest in my eyes. Averaging 15 ODIs is never an easy task. So that's something that I want for myself. So if I see it in someone else, you know, I could just always emulate it, try to bring it into my game.
So third ODI comes around, getting your cap from Azari, who is obviously working his way to be one of the great Antiguan cricketers. What did that moment feel like?
I mean, he's more of a brother to me than a teammate. We go way back in terms of Antigua and club cricket. So receiving my cap from him was a special moment that, you know, I would cherish forever.
If you are to play in Antigua, to hear the rally around the West Indies, to be part of cricket with Antiguans all around you, what would that mean to you?
I mean, every time I hear that anthem, I get emotional, because, you know, that's something that stands out, and it's something that means a lot to everyone in the region. If I get the opportunity, I want to score my first 50 in front of the home crowd. That will make me feel good. And just still learn as much as I can, because I'm still here to learn.
17 years old, we could be hearing Joel Andrew for the next 10 to 15 years. The guy makes me feel old, but brother, I hope you enjoy this. This is an invaluable experience that you will get on this series, and we can't wait to see what the limit will be for you. So all the best.
Thanks.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground for this West Indies 4-day first-class encounter between West Indies Academy and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And after a delayed start to the day due to rain, players just taken the field again after the tea break with Trinidad and Tobago after being sent into bat. 73-4-3 with Jason Muhammad on 27, Joshua De Silva on 7. And it's going to be Joshua De Silva facing Johan Lane, who has the figures of 1 for 8 off 7 overs. As play is about to commence for the final session of the day, still in overcast conditions, the ball doing a bit. West Indies Academy dearly love, if not one, both of these batsmen to go as Lane is in to De Silva, wide outside the off stump. De Silva shoulders arms and there's no run. As they are the inform batsmen for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Muhammad, of course, being the leading run scorer so far in the competition. And 3 centuries in a row. Josh De Silva, of course, making back-to-back centuries in round 3 against Leeward Islands Hurricanes. As I say, a very good afternoon to Vernon Springer.
Good afternoon to you, Terry. And at Sabina Park in Jamaica, Guyana Happy Eagles are 153 for 1. Back of the cricket action, Terry.
Yes, wide down the leg side by Lane through to Bowen Tuckett.
Continuing our 360T report, Windward Island Volcanoes 248 for 6 against the Leeward Islands Hurricane at the Darren Sammy National Cricket Stadium in St. Lucia. And the combined campuses and colleges at Kensington Oval, they are 213 for 4 of 64.2 overs.
240 odd for 6 is a bit of a comeback by Windward Islands. Lane into De Silva, and that's stroked back to the bowler who does his fielding. So some interesting matches going on around the region. Here at Coolidge, West Indies Academy boys looking to make further inroads into this Trinidad and Tobago batting lineup. Lane in again. Full pitch. De Silva strokes that but can't beat point. And there's no run.
Talking about at Sabina Park in Jamaica, Kevlin Anderson is on 74 not out. With some 7-4s and 2-6s, and young Machu Nandu is, as we speak, he's on 45 not out. So, as you rightly said, Terry, a lot of action taking place. We already had 19 centuries so far at the end of round 3. And very well maybe could have a couple in this round as well.
Yeah, it's been a good competition so far, the 2025 season. And very tight at the top. Trinidad and Tobago just 2.2 points behind Guyana Harpy Eagles, the defending champions. And Leeward Islands and Barbados just 7 points or so off the lead. Lane in again to De Silva. Strokes that up to mid-off. Can't beat the field. That completes the first over after tea. Trinidad and Tobago remain on 73 for 3 with Muhammad on 27 and De Silva on 7.
Shadrach Descare is on 75 not out with 11 boundaries, so he's really putting up a fight there. Well, as you rightly said, Terry, the 249 for 6. They seem a sort of comeback after the Windward Islands at one point in time was 4 for 58.
Yeah.
In fact, 5 for 132. So it sounds as if the Leeward Islands have sort of gone to sleep. O'Shane Thomas, 4 for 32 so far from his 11 overs. Justin Gray is 1 for 52. And Cameron Pennyfeather, playing only his second game, he's 1 for 16. Cornwall has only bowled 5 overs so far.
Interesting. But I believe there were 206 for 6 at tea, so they've certainly moved on after tea.
Well, they were 180. The last wicket fell at 188, Terry.
Right.
6 for 188.
So the Carter's taking the game away from.
You got Ryan John, who is 21, and he's certainly come to the party. So they still have Cyrus, Denver, and Tyson.
Very wide ball there by Jediah Blades, who's taken up the attack from the northern end, called wide by the umpire.
I had a different ploy. I would have maybe liked to see a Yuan Lane. I didn't find his rhythm was wonderful from the media center end. So I maybe brought him from the CIA road end in the spell. Especially with the ball darting around like that. Edwards bowled well despite his no balls.
He bowled very well, yes, most definitely. Better delivery by Blades.
I think he's going to have to bowl a fuller length, Terry.
Yeah, well, even in his first spell, although he picked up the first wicket that fell, he didn't make the batsman play enough for our liking, Vernon.
He's got to bowl fuller. He's going to have to bowl a lot fuller. This banging in of the ball into the surface, wide, make the batsman play. He's going to have to bowl a lot fuller. See what we're talking about there? The ball landing into that right area there.
A lot fuller, sloppy backing up though.
Yeah, by Lane. Lane just fell asleep there for a while, took his eyes off the ball. In fact, we got our 20th century, Terry. Damil Evelyn retired hurt for 106. So we now have 20 centuries for the combined campuses and colleges.
Excellent.
Karen Powell, he got 45 today. We feel very disappointed. Outfoxed by Jamal Warrican. He seemed to be going helter-skelter, 5 4s and 1 6.
Well played by De Silva, again short by Blades, pulled him through the square leg region and into the boundary for 4. So good looking shot there by De Silva. He moves on to 11. The score 79 for 3. Yeah, Kieran won't be happy to be going out to Warrican. And I believe it's his birthday tomorrow. Needs to be a lot fuller here though, does Jediah Blades. As he comes in again to De Silva. And De Silva, oh, that nearly got through. That was a lot fuller, that's for sure. Down on his boot by the looks of things. A much better delivery by Blades. Tacking the stumps, yeah, inside edge onto De Silva's boot. He's in a bit of pain there as he works it out. 79 for 3. Interesting stage of proceedings. Still very favourable conditions for the seamers to attack. Saw Nathan Edward get some good swing and movement. The overcast conditions. That one's punched through the cover region by De Silva. Almost reached the boundary, just pulled back in time, and the batsman complete a comfortable 3 more. So once again, Blades just a bit all over the place. These line and length as he was in his first spell. He put on 31 now between De Silva and Muhammad. This is the partnership that West Indies Academy would dearly love to break. They can't really afford these two to bat through the rest of the day and come back tomorrow as Blades in again to Muhammad. Muhammad striking that firmly but straight to mid-off to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago, after being sent in, 82 for 3. Jason Muhammad 28 not out, and captain Josh De Silva is on 14. So it's still very heavy cloud cover here at Coolidge. That's why I just think the West Indies Academy quartet of fast bowlers in Lane, Blades, Edward and Calvin Pittman, a local boy. Really love to make the most of these conditions, but of course it's all a learning experience for them. They look to really get into this Trinidad and Tobago batting order as Lane continues from this, the media centre end. Pushed into the onside, no run by De Silva. But this is the partnership they need to break. As we said, Jason Muhammad coming off 3 consecutive centuries. Amongst that was a 200 against Leeward Islands in the last match. And Josh De Silva in the same match for making naught on his return from Pakistan. Then made back-to-back centuries that stroked nicely off his legs through the mid-wicket area for a comfortable 2. And the Silva moves up to 16, 84 for 3. So ideally they'd like to get rid of these 2 tonight, or at least one of them.
Yeah. Just in time, Terry. You're in the month of March, and a lot of special things.
Yeah, it's the best month, March.
March is your birthday, too, Terry.
Yes, yesterday.
Oh, yes. Oh, you didn't tell me that.
I thought you knew.
You kept that one from me, man. You're born in a great month, man. You're born in a month in which Garfield Sobers on March 1st, 1958, scored 365 not out against Pakistan. National hero of Barbados. The Right Excellence Gary, who's now age 88 and still batting.
Still going strong.
Yeah. Something like you.
I don't know about that, but and of course, it's Antigua and Barbuda's national hero birthday on Friday.
Yeah, we will be talking about that tremendously.
Mm-hmm.
In a very big way.
Lane finds the edge, but falls short of the second slip, down to third man, 4 runs.
Gotta have fielders in the attacking position. You can afford to have 3 slips.
Yeah, especially since
based on what's happening, it's like sometimes I just get the impression that they begin to play defensive cricket without understanding that they're on top. Had there been a 3rd slip there, that would have been knocked down. Instead, it's gone for 4.
Straight down his throat. But you're right, though, Vernon. I heard you talking with Marley earlier about field placings and everything, and it's just one word, comes to mind. It doesn't matter which team. Defensive. That's hit upper sleeve, falls short of the short mid-wicket.
Gotta get the slips in. You gotta be looking to attack. The ball is seaming around. Gotta give your bowlers, especially Lane. Lane is your number 1 bowler. All the encouragement to be able to succeed. So you can take that. You can afford to take that cover fielder out, and put him into the 3rd slip region and said, hey, this is where we want you to bowl. Partnership is 38 from 47.
And this time it takes the edge.
Beautiful catch.
Tuckett takes it again. Excellent catch.
See what I was talking about?
Exactly.
Lane is your number 1 bowler.
Yeah. And the thing we should mention too, Vernon, is when he started after tea, he did have the 3 slips like he's had all day. For some reason, they took one of the slips out, but this time Bowen Tuckett says, I'll get it. It was once again going straight down first slip's throat. He's dived across, took it beautifully.
First fall shot of the day. Jason Mohammed is upset with himself. He lost his shape, everything completely. But it was really a good outswinger there by Lane with the conditions, the ball surfing around. And the West Indies Academy have to understand they are on top. 89 for 4. 89 for 4 could be 90 for 6. and they got to be able to keep that pressure on Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Most definitely. Muhammad gone for 32, so 89 for 4. And first full shot of the day, as you said, Vernon, no foot movement. He just chased it. But I did notice the two of them, though, after De Silva hit that boundary through the mid-wicket area, they looked like they wanted to get on with things and just take it, turn it up a notch against these West Indian Academy young boys. But you still have to pick your delivery. He didn't move into it, paid the price, took the edge, fine catch by Bowen Tuckett. And West Indies Academy grabbed their 4th and probably the first full stroke he's played all season.
Well, I said to you, Terry, that once the ball is swinging around, it's going to be a worry for Caribbean batsmen.
Definitely. Don't like that ball movement.
You know, and so this is an opportunity for the Academy based on their conditions. In fact, they would have won the toss. And they have to believe. They have to believe that we can bowl this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team out for under 120, 125. So you got to set attacking fields that can get you wickets.
So that brings the left-handed Yannick Correa to the crease. He's not facing those. The last ball of the over as Blades is into De Silva. Wide again outside off stump. No stroke offered. And Blades has just got the 2 slips. Yannick Correa, of course, leg break bowler, but he's played some 77 first-class matches, and with the bat, he's made 3,147 runs at an average of 28.87. Highest score of 196. He's made 5 first-class hundreds and 13 50s. So, as we know here in the region, he's no slouch with the bat either. Blades into De Silva. De Silva's edging, and this one he's dived one-handed Bowen Tuckett and dropped him.
That looked like it was going all the way to Rivaldo Clark. In fact, no, it's not dropped. It's signal of buys.
Signal buy, man. Well, that's taking everybody by surprise. Bowen Tuckett
has.
it for sure.
I thought he did. Huh?
Yeah.
Let's look at that again. I missed it there. Can you pull it up for me, my cameraman? Because I just thought that he got a nick there. If he didn't nick it, it came off of his pad. Let's see what's happening here, Terry. Blades. Arms pumping. Pitched up.
No, just took off.
Yeah, it took off.
Yeah. It certainly took off, though.
It really did take off.
And you can't really blame Bowen Tuckett for going for it, because the 2 catches that he's taken, which have been 2 absolute brilliant catches, would have gone straight to Clark at first slip. But he's backed himself. Anyway, no edge, no harm done. They go through for a bye, brings Correa on strike, 90 for 4, Trinidad and Tobago.
They're now attacking now. They've now got 3 slips now. They now got 3 slips now for the left-hander. So Blades is going to bowling more or less to a 6-3 feel, which means now that he has to concentrate and land the ball in the right areas. Just find that their lines have just been inconsistent, not consistent enough. Got a big pressure.
Yeah, they've had some good spells, but in between they're been a bit ordinary, been a bit all over the place. You just concentrate on one side of the pitch.
Edwards
pitch the ball up.
Move to 3rd slip now. Keys at 2nd. Clark at 1st. All going down. Joshua Bishop. Don't think he'll bowl a lot of overs in this game, providing the seamers can continue the way they are going about their business. All the wickets to the seamers so far.
Yep.
All 4. And maybe on another day, Terry, maybe Trinidad and Tobago Red Force might have been maybe dismissed already. Because with these conditions, you have to be patient still. Even though it's overcast, you got to land the ball in the right areas, and you got to be patient.
Good ball. That's 2 good balls in a row by Blades. If he can just keep it there, he's troubling Correa. Of course, he's just come in. He's only faced the 3 deliveries.
And he's pumped too. Terry, coming from Trinidad and Tobago, you would have maybe had some practice with a couple of these guys on Trinidad and Tobago, so he now has to relax himself, keep his composure, and remember the game plan. It's very easy to get carried away.
Definitely. And he comes again to Correa. And this one, Correa is just nudging into the onside to get himself going. Takes the single, end of the over. At the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago. 91 for 4, with De Silva on 17 and Correa on 1.
Yeah, 91 for 4 could be 91 for 6 just now, Terry.
Definitely.
They have to believe. The academy has to believe. Ogis also has to think on his feet in terms of his field placing. It's called game awareness and understanding the game and when you apply the pressure, when you release the pressure. I don't believe in that feel of going on the deep backward square boundary. This wicket so far, Terry, has not demonstrated that anything is going to reach out there. The bounce has just been a tennis ball slow.
Yeah.
So you have to assess that situation. That's almost like a wasted feeler.
Yeah, you're going to know when you're on top and when you can, and the opportunity arises to drive home your advantage. Lane coming round the wicket now to the left-handed Correa. Two slips a gully.
That's why he needs a third slip, Terry.
Right. And he comes now to Correa. And that came back, they say, caught the glove.
Not out.
Umpire is giving him out after a long delay. It looked like he wasn't going to.
Nigel Duguid took a long time.
Took a very long time. Correa pulled his bat out the way. The ball came back in.
Let's look at it, Terry. Let's see what's
came back in a long way. Yeah, well, hard to tell.
Yeah,
it
but
was very close to the gloves, though.
But they were confident.
They were very, very confident.
They heard
Correa is still not happy.
They heard something.
But now, very interesting. Trinidad and Tobago lose their fifth, 91 for 5.
See what I was talking to you about, Terry? I'm saying they got to believe. I don't know if the academy believes, but they have to believe that they can bowl this Trinidad and Tobago team out.
If it did, it just brushed, Matt. Umpire says you're out, you got to walk. And he took a long time, but eventually the finger of Nigel Duguid went up. Interesting times now, a lot of pressure on captain Josh De Silva. A good bowling by Lane as soon as the left-hander come in. He came around the wicket and he got that ball to jag back a long way. There's another youngster, former academy player, Joshua James, comes to the crease. Look at it again. Boy.
Maybe might have had a faint edge, Terry. We don't have DRS here.
No.
But the umpire has DRS in his eyes. And Nigel Duguid proved that that was a wicket to Lane. And Trinidad and Tobago, as we speak, they're 91 for 5.
How do you get DRS in your eyes? Is that why he took his time? He was replaying it.
He certainly is. I'm about 250 meters away.
Yeah, and I couldn't tell.
I couldn't tell.
Anyway, Correa's gone. It brings Joshua James in. He's played 9 first-class matches. He scored 382 runs at an average of 29.38.
He's got some potential too, Terry.
Yeah. He's already made a 50.
He's a big guy. He's a big, powerful guy. Can't wait to see him in the T20.
And he's a all-rounder as well, of course. His last match against the Leeward Islands, he made 31 and 29 not out. No wicket for 13 with the ball. And here comes Johan Lane into James. Full delivery. Watch carefully. Go by James. No run. But Lane is West Indies Academy #1 bowler, fast bowler that is. And And he always puts in. I like this boy. I like him a lot. As he comes in again, 3 slips and a gully waits. James spot on target.
Whoa!
He's got him. This time he didn't turn around. James, he hit it. But if he didn't hit it, that was plum.
Nah, he tricked him. That was a superb delivery. Pitched up again. Joshua De Silva is not impressed there.
Oh, yes. Back leg and everything.
He missed that.
By a mile.
He missed that, Terry. He's saying that he got an inside edge onto that.
No way.
I really didn't hear that one.
So, 2 wickets in the over for Johan Lane. 2 wickets in 3 balls, to be exact. 91 for 6. Trinidad and Tobago are in trouble.
What did I say to you, Terry?
Yes, could have been 91 for 6. Well, now it is.
91 for 4 could become 91 for 6. That's what I told you. They have to believe. They have to believe. You look at this Trinidad and Tobago batting lineup. You know, with a Jason Mohammed back in the hut, and you got the Joshua De Silva. They have to believe that they can bowl this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team out.
Definitely. Well, they should now at 91 for 6. Conditions still in their favour as the ball inside. They put the opposition in. Just having another look at that LB. Yeah, well,
might be unfortunate. He reckoned that he got an edge. Again, we are 250 meters away from it. The umpire, Nigel Dugard, is reckoning that he missed it. And Carrie Peer comes out, left-hander. So he will be required here to get a partnership going here with his captain, Joshua De Silva.
Yeah, and again, he's got the experience in 30 matches, even though he's slow left-arm bowler, is what we know him predominantly as. And, of course, the leading wicket taker at the moment in the West Indies 4-day first-class championship of 2025. He's made some 720 odd runs at 21.2, a highest score 106 not out, so he's got a first-class century and a 50. Let's see what he can do as Lane round the wicket. Spot on target again, well defended by Pierre. It's been a top over by Lane though.
Top man. And all of a sudden things have...
Look at this LBW again.
Things can change. Caught on the crease.
Yeah,
he was neither forward nor back.
Very interesting though, because Lane's appeals, he's never looked at the umpire. He's just run straight to point every time. First 2 times, the umpire said not out, thought they were going down leg. This one looked like an inside edge, and that's why James was a bit perturbed by that. But nevertheless, as we said before, that's the game of cricket. Umpire says you out, what you lose on the hurdy-gurdy, you pick up on the merry-go-round, Vernon.
Winwood Islands 271 for 6, so that is turning out to be a good contest. Very high-scoring game there because they haven't bowled 60 overs yet. That's a lot of runs went in.
Lane, one just a bit straighter, turned off his pads. I think it was a leg by though. Yeah, signalled now by umpire Dugard to complete the over. So double wicket maiden.
Yeah.
So only the leg back scored in that over. And look at the fall of wickets: 89 for 4, 91 for 5, 91 for 6. Trinidad Tobago now 92 for 6. De Silva on 17. Pierre yet to score.
It's Sabina Park in Jamaica. Ghana Happy Eagles are 168 for 1. Kevlin Anderson is on 82 not out, and Macho Man Nando has just turned 50. They've lost Tejan Chandapur for 32. The academy here sensing that they can bowl this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team out, and they're quite capable, providing that they remain focused.
Definitely, as Blades will continue from the northern end into Pierre, and that one again well pitched up, straight on target, just kept out by Pierre. Yep, they should believe that they can not only bowl them out, they can bowl them out tonight. going through to 6 o'clock local time.
Well, I know. Someone like...
Still got a couple hours left.
I know Jaden Seals, when he maybe looked at this track this morning, he maybe can't wait to get that ball in his hand.
Most definitely. That's why I think it was a good toss for West Indies Academy to win in all respects.
Got to bowl the ball at the stump. Here's carry pair batting. Why are you trying to bowl line and link? You just got to be looking to attack the stumps. That's the learning period, Terry, that is kind of amazing me. What has got the wickets here so far?
Yeah, full
link. So you just have to you have to attack the stumps. Today's not a day to bowl line and link.
Blades comes in again to Pierre. Shoulders, arms, let's go through again. Name too much width. He's got 3 slips, a gully, backward points, extra cover, mid off, mid on, and fine leg on the boundary. He's pulled some good balls today, Blades, but he just hasn't had the consistency to keep it thereabouts. And that's gone straight through. PA played at that one, that's for sure. Kept low, well taken again by Bowen Tuckett.
It's moving around, Terry.
It is moving around.
It's moving around. You got to bowl the ball on the stump. That's what you have to do. Right? There's neither forward nor back. It's just the hands going. So just got to just settle into that groove and just land the ball into the right area.
Blades in again. 3 slips and a gully weight. And again, he's spot on target. This is a much better over by Blades. More control, more consistency. His Captain August requires. 92 for 6, Trinidad and Tobago, after being sent in on this truncated day. They end up losing some 15 overs for the day. We didn't get play at all in the first session due to rain. Early lunch was taken. Blades in again. And this one again, Pierre. Looking to drive, the ball not there, swinging away from the bat through to the keeper. No run, 92 for 6, Trinidad and Tobago under the pump.
Maiden over, 31 overs bowled. You've been following the Champions Trophy, Terry?
Not particularly, no. Have you?
You have to follow the cricket, not because West Indies is not in it. Come on.
Yeah, but I follow it as in I keep up with the scores.
You're a broadcaster, you know.
Right. Well, that's why I keep up with the scores.
Don't bring your Lee without a hurricane hat here to me. Please, come on. You're a broadcaster. I expect you, when you get a chance, to be looking at everything.
No, I have, but I'm not getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning to have a look.
You just never know. Yeah,
but I believe the South Africans got knocked flying today, though. Lane continues. That one down the leg side through to Bowen Tuckett, and there's no run.
Guess we're seeing the Indian captain making some history. He's become the India's men's cricket team captain, entered his name into the history books. He's the first skipper to reach the final of all 4 ICC events.
Okay.
World Test Championship 2023, ODI World Cup November 2023, T20 World Cup in June 2024, and now the Champions Trophy. Pretty historic.
Yeah, true. Pretty historic. If they keep making the tournaments, set the tournaments up to make their life easier, then it's only natural that they're going to end up in finals and win finals, isn't
Well, they have to play against somebody to win. So it's only a matter of time before somebody beat them. What do you think?
Hopefully. No, that's quite right. They did not reach the Test Championship.
But the Test Championship is in England.
Yes,
right.
Yes.
So however you look at it,
that's trouble.
Somebody's going to be balling for something.
Right.
The other time, Terry, when England used to have everything in England.
Yeah.
So what's wrong if India decides to have everything in their backyard?
No, I didn't say anything was
okay.
wrong. I was just saying that.
But there are a lot of people who've been complaining.
Well,
so
definitely the Pakistanis aren't happy. I can tell you that much.
Yeah, but in fairness to Terry, I think it is really the world's governing bodies got to get their act together.
Yes, for sure.
We'll talk about that a little bit more, Terry.
Mm-hmm. Nicely played by De Silva through the offside just for a single. He moves on to 18. The score 93 for 6.
Now, Terry, no cricketing nation owns cricket venues.
Right.
And if they do, they maybe own an academy. Now means that government around the world has to find funding to be able to develop the stadiums. The sort of infrastructure and money that was put into Pakistan to host the ICC Champions Trophy,
Mm-hmm.
and then to have this situation the way how it spanned out now. Yes, somebody's going to also say, Terry, that there was an agreement reached in terms of the Pakistan Cricket Board getting XYZ funds from ICC to be able to offset some of those expenses. But I think the fans themselves have been robbed.
Yeah, most definitely, Vernon. And I've always been of the opinion, all right, I accept the fact that you can't keep politics out of anything, and especially sport. But at the end of the day, if you're going to give these, as Lane in again, you're going to give these countries the opportunity to host your event, then you either come and play because you're invited and you're qualified, or you don't. This business of we've got to find alternative venues and all this, I don't think that's right.
But Terry, I also feel that sport is the one that if you're thinking about cutting down any crime or decreasing any activity, sport is the one that is going to save this entire world.
Most certainly. But no governments in the world put enough emphasis on sports these days, and that to me is not only wrong, it's peculiar, because you're talking about, it doesn't matter what sport you're talking about, even the wonderful game of cricket. You're playing these days, whether you're playing on the field or off the field, you're involved in any commercial aspect or administration or whatever. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry. Yeah. How does that not help? As you were talking to Ramesh this morning, and you were asking him, all right, what is their life after cricket, or do you teach them, personal things and everything like that? And that's what he was saying. Yes, we encourage them, if they take an interest in, whatever subject, or we encourage them that they go on to university and everything like that, as they should, because, you could get an injury, or you might be good but not quite good enough. But off the field, administration, CEO, all that business, physios, trainers, whatever.
De Silva is tucked up here by delivery by Blades, hitting him high. Blades was appealing, but I thought more or less in
hope.
Well, I don't want to even say hope. Maybe fate. I think he would have rushed into the tight pads of Joshua De Silva, so maybe that's why he was appealing. Yeah,
thigh pad definitely, and I think a pitch outside the line.
Joshua De Silva has gone into more or less a rut. Slow run hut, 18 from 32. He's going to have to graft his way out here. Carripier is quite capable. Ken Blades going wide again. He's got to attack the stumps. Why can't he just bowl 6 balls at the stump?
He struggled with it all day. He's going to come around the wicket now to the right-handed De Silva. That should make him attack the stumps more.
Yeah, but I think it's more than just that. I think it's just his alignment. He has to concentrate. His biomechanics is something that I think he has to work on himself. Blades. Driven sweetly. Up to cover. Can't score. It was almost like a half volley. Lucky to get away with that. And that's simply because I think Joshua De Silva is maybe in a pensive defensive mood.
Yeah.
But on a
'Cause
flowing day, he would have found the gap with that.
Definitely, because a lot depends on De Silva, not only in this match, but for his own international career, as Blades changes after one delivery back over the wicket. But it's okay. And well done to him. He made naught in his comeback match, the first match he played in the West Indies Championship, after coming back from Pakistan, where he had a poor series, and but then he made the back-to-back centuries. But it was at Warner Park.
I don't see Imlak giving up that glove that easy.
And Imlak looked brilliant in Pakistan, and he was the only one that was reading the ball. No Pakistani batsman or West Indian batsman read it like him.
Joshua De Silva is going to have to score 1,000 runs.
Exactly.
If he wants to get back into that West Indies team and take those gloves.
Exactly.
But you want competition for places.
For sure.
And,
sure.
Give Darren Sammy and his selectors a headache to think about. But I don't mind the headache. What I want to see is the transformation when they put on the maroon cap for the West Indies.
Exactly.
So we'll wait and see what's going to happen against Australia.
Blades into De Silva. De Silva pushes it back up to the bowler. No run. Score remains on 93 for 6.
You see, there's a pressure situation, Terry. And when I say pressure, I'm talking the expectation. If you make your debut for the West Indies, be at the white ball level or at the red ball level, when you come back to your territory, be it Jamaica, Barbados, Antigua, St. Vincent, Dominica, you are expected to dominate.
Yes.
Right? That is the expectation. It's not always that way. But it's a benchmark to see where you are. Over number 33 completed, Trinidad and Tobago, 93 for 6.
Yes, most definitely, Vernon. And the disappointing thing about it is, more often than not, these guys do not dominate at a regional level. So
well,
they're
not
in
Craig
and out.
Brathwaite.
Well, not Craig. Craig's the only one that... That's what you asked me last time. Who's the only...
Let's not put Craig Brathwaite in the same sentence.
No, most definitely.
One thing I can tell you, that when he comes back to this level,
yes, he makes sure
he's going to register and he's going to send that statement.
Most definitely.
And that is what I want to see happening from
all our batsmen.
From all our batsmen. You come back, that is where the competition is going to come from. I listened to Ryan Amrit this morning, saying that you'd love if some of the other internationals had, but we got to understand that the cricket calendar is so packed. Those guys are not going to give up their T20 contractual arrangements from outside, because it's also going to mean that somebody in this young Trinidad and Tobago team is not going to get an opportunity to play.
Exactly. And that's what they got to look at, and that's why, as Lane starts a new over into Pierre turns it around the corner. They got a leg slip there now, so no run. But that's what I was saying about your Jason Mohammeds and players like that. Okay, it's great that he's making a lot of runs and everything, but when you sit down to select the West Indies team, what do you do? Do you say, all right, experience, he's never played Test cricket, but look at the season he's had? Or do you look at a young whoever and say, he's up and coming, this is what we're looking for? And I think that is the problem also with West Indies, with the Test team. I think Andre Kohli was doing a more than a reasonable job. I think the team's consistency was coming together, or starting to come together. Now, Darren Sammy is taking over, and he's talking about analytical data and data-driven and everything like that, and doing what Simmons did in looking at getting these white players to play Test cricket are very difficult, because, as you said, Vernon, they got contracts elsewhere and everything, and not only their contracts and so, but what about your Jewel Andrews? What about your other youngsters coming in, Jordan Johnson, Akeem August, whoever? Do you make them wait? And then that's the trap we're falling into over the last 10 years or so, where you make them wait so long that they get tired of waiting. And by the time they're in their mid-20s, they're not even playing the game anymore. So it's a hard balance to strike, but it's one that obviously is definitely needed if West Indies are looking to rise up the rankings.
95 for 6. Still remains 95 for 6 with Lane to pair. Joshua De Silva, Trinidad and Tobago captain, is on 19 pairs 1. You know, Terry, I think sometimes we forget in the Caribbean because we've picked a lot of stars in our Terry, and they have not won.
Right.
And we have picked some players who we didn't believe.
And they're the ones that have performed.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
yeah,
So,
exactly.
I need to I need to remind folks of that. So when we're talking about stars, we just need to give people a chance and a belief. We have to believe in them. And one of the things what I find is happening, Terry, is that here's a ball just stroked onto the onside. Full toss, just turned into the onside from Pierre, getting an easy 2. Score in the meantime goes up to 97. If you know, Terry, the West Indies team that went down to Australia had close to about 6-7 players who would have
who'd never played.
Who never played, right?
Yeah.
They got bashed from former players
Right,
from
from
straight across
everybody.
the region. But they went to Australia and they put their hand up.
Right.
Under Craig Brathwaite.
Right.
So there has to be something. He might not be the most explosive and wonderful
Dynamic
batsman
or
in the
whatever,
Caribbean,
yeah.
but he's certainly been able to maneuver with what he's had.
Right.
And there's a belief in making something happen.
And he's been the most consistent. You know, as I say, he's. I mean, if you go through the averages, which we always do, but if you go through, I'd like anybody to go through the averages of any of these regional teams and check out how many batsmen have an average over 30. And we're only talking 30. And you're talking, if you want to compete at the highest level on a consistent basis, your average needs to be 40, 35, 40, 45 going up. But our averages have remained 25 to 30, apart from Brathwaite, for the last, best part of 15 years.
Yeah. So quite a lot of work. I hear a lot of talk, Terry.
Yeah.
And then I hope we don't end up like England, where we are so data driven that we fail to allow our captains to be innovative and create their own space. Cricket is played on the field.
That's right.
And I think, yes, we want to do data, but you also want captains to be innovative and think on their feet as to what the situation is going to be. And Marley was talking about that a lot more earlier here. We have a situation here where you have to be able to sense when we're on top and when we're not on top. Right now, the academy has to believe that they're on top. Trinidad and Tobago on 97 for 6, and that we can bowl them out for under 120 before the night is done.
Most definitely. But you start to see, as Blades is in again to De Silva, and De Silva is looking to drive, that catches the inside portion of the mat.
I think he's not balanced now, Terry. At the crease, and simply he's not balanced because his peers just call him down to say, "Come on, Skip, just relax. You're maybe just trying too hard. Get your shape back, get your balance back, get into your right position, get your head leading towards the ball." He's gone away. He's talking to himself, and he's somebody who tries very, 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 very hard. Joshua De Silva, sometimes I think he maybe marks himself too hard sometimes. He just needs to relax himself. That's a lot better. Technically, you could see him. There was a bigger stride for him from heel to toe there, getting out to the pitch of the ball right there.
Good fielding by Johnson at backward point. But what I was going to say, though, Vernon, is that he may be the informed batsman. He may be the most experienced batsman that's left in the Trinidad batting lineup, but he's only 19, and he's only been out there for 41 deliveries.
Well, he's got to graph. It's a track where he's going to have to graph today.
But at the same time, bring back the third slip, and attack him as well as attacking the other end. Too many times I find that we attack one end, and when they see an experienced batsman or a batsman on the go, they think, all right, well, we won't worry about that end. We just concentrate on the other end, and that's where we'll get our 4 wickets from. You still need to attack both ends.
Lot of chatter going on in the slip cordon. In the meantime, something is going to Blade's mind. He's bowled 4 good deliveries, and he just needs to be able to just land that bingo ball to dismiss Joshua De Silva. Silva driving through cover. We'll get a couple of runs here. Goes up to 98, going up to 99. He's thinking about the third one. 100 comes up for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And so 100 for 6. And so far, the partnership just motoring on quietly.
Yeah, it has just gone up to 9, but Pierre's looked quite solid, and that was a good stroke by De Silva. When he tends to caress the ball rather than try and overhit the ball, he looks a lot better batsman.
I think this will be the final ball before the break. 100 for 6. And over number 35. Still a long day to go still, Terry.
Yeah, they've still got over an hour and a half to go, but I don't think we're going to get 40 more overs in, though.
You never know. They might put the lights on. So
we'll be here all night, but
this will be okay. So at the break, Terry, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, at the end of 35, they're 100 for 6. So, welcome back to the final session of day one of this West Indies Round 4 Championship. And a T, Trinidad and Tobago was 73 for 3 of 25 overs. First hour after T, 100 for 6 of 35 overs. I'm joined by Marley Richards, Joshua Bishop starting. And to be honest with you, Terry, don't think today is a spinner's day. Think today is a seamer's day.
Well, based on the overhead conditions and what we've seen from the pitch, maybe not the quickest just yet here at the CCG. We've seen balls just stick in, more of a tennis ball-y type bounce. As you said, Vern, maybe not quite the most friendly spin bowling conditions, but if Joshua Bishop can find the right pace here in which to bowl on this day one wicket, could prove to be fruitful for him. No spin yet for him, though. This one's
bang through the offside for 4.
Hammered. So nothing delivery to the left-handed Pierre.
And he was wide too.
Wide, short. Any batsman worth their salt will put that to the boundary.
Oh, certainly. He certainly did that. Conversation. It's a pitch where it's a condition where you really gotta work your seamers, gotta make something happen.
Probably would have gone for another seamer here.
Well, maybe even a Kelvin Pittman deserves another spell.
You think Yogi Lane, he's got
Well,
4 for 20 of 12 over. He's been superb.
And it's not like it's a hot day, Terry, Mali. So it's important really that you could juggle your seamers.
It is, exactly, and that's something we were actually speaking about. Maybe the seamers bowling extended spells, bowling longer spells than they would probably be accustomed to, just because of the conditions. Not too taxing physically, still quite taxing, but not as taxing as it could be if, it was the sun was blaring here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
Yeah, there's a new word now, Mali. It's called workload management.
What made famous and popular by NBA players?
Another delivery. Mali, short and wide, pang through the offside by Joshua Bishop delivery. And another boundary.
Yeah, yet another poor delivery from Joshua Bishop. We haven't seen too many deliveries such as that from Joshua Bishop in the couple seasons that we've been covering him. There, as you see him, just looking to mark his run, maybe just struggling for a bit of rhythm. 2 real long hops in that over. And Carey Peer obliges. So he picked up 2 boundaries in that over, moving to 11 now from 23 deliveries. It's important the academy don't release the pressure that they've already applied, almost just over halfway through this Trinidad Red Force batting lineup, 109 for 6.
It's a belief sort of thing, Terry and Mali. You have to believe that you can bowl the team out.
You do. And you've got to set the fields and you've got to execute as well.
I've been saying that to Terry, saying that to you as well, Mali. You've got to believe that you can bowl this team out.
I would have probably just maybe given Kelvin Pittman another little blow, even if it's for 2-3 overs. Give him another little run out, especially from this pavilion end. We saw towards the back end of his spell, he was just starting to find something every now and again.
And maybe the longer he bowls, the better he gets.
It would help his rhythm as well. So
5 overs, no maidens, 26 runs, no wicket. We had Nathan Edwards in his first spell. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 17 runs, 1 wicket with 8 no balls. So that would have been a concern. But at least, Pittman could have got another run, because this is Blade's second spell.
It is. He's been quite economical. As Blades picked up the 1 wicket.
1 for 28.
Earlier today.
Just thought that his patience level again, on understanding his game and understanding the context of the game and how the wickets have fallen for the day. Balls that have been pitched up full length. Got to remember that. So no need to try to be bowling anything short. Got to attack the stumps. Bowl at a fuller length.
Yeah, he's more an into the pitch type bowler is Jediah Blades. Whereas a Nathan Edward maybe looks to exploit the overhead conditions a bit more, gives the ball a bit more time in which to swing.
To swing.
And we've seen it in terms of his figures. Just picked up the 1 wicket, but he was a constant threat, especially to the left-handed Amir Django in the end. Picked up his man, really worked him over. It's a good spell of cricket that all around in terms of Django looking to counteract this the swing as well. But just proved to be a bit too much. It's a better delivery, good length. Once again, threatening the outside edge. Not the biggest stride, Joshua De Silva.
I think that's because he's not balanced at the crease, Mali. So I was kind of just looking at him even in the warm-up in terms of how he makes his adjustment. You know, he automatically should be going from toe to heel. He just hangs there. He doesn't really get out there. But when he gets out there, he's a pretty player.
He is.
You know, when he gets that stride,
we saw it
into that
on
ball.
That drive in the last over, extra
Yes.
cover drive. I think he got 3 runs in the end, but big stride.
Just turns this one down the onside for his 24th run. And Trinidad and Tobago quietly just creeping their way back into the game. The academy, they have to believe. You know, you got to set targets and say, we're going to bowl you out under 125.
Yeah, especially with the academy struggling for runs the way they have this season. We made a couple changes in that batting lineup as well. No Teddy Bishop here. You see Mbeki Joseph back into the West Indies Academy squad. First time in 12 months or so. Jordan Johnson as well. So you can tell they've been really worried or cognizant of the fact that runs have been lacking in that top order. So it's important that they really press home the advantage here.
Trinidad and Tobago dugout getting some life now, and some positive words coming out from that area. And just to enforce Mali's point, Joshua Bishop has been 166 runs, and we got on to Callum Boy and talking to the 157 runs. You know, so it's a real major concern, as you rightly said, Mali.
Yeah, a leading run scorer so far this season comes in at 7 or 8 in your batting lineup. I think that's something that definitely needs to change.
Rivaldo Clark has got 179 runs.
Well, actually, Rivaldo Clark's the leading run scorer.
Running run scorer, yes.
Yes.
So they got Rivaldo Clark, Bishop, and Callum Boy in Tuckett. Just to illustrate your point that they were talking about in terms of the concern of the batting.
Especially the top order. You know, the openers, number 3, number 4. As you said, we've seen a bit of form from Rivaldo Clark. He's picked up 2 half centuries.
And he used to have a time when they used to have the likes of a Kurt McKenzie and company, and a Macho Nando, and you know,
A Kevlin Anderson.
a
Kevin Wickham.
Wickham, yeah. All those guys have moved on now.
I'd like to see them keep that squad together a bit longer.
Yeah,
if you think about it, and then you think of
maybe even for another year.
Yeah,
there would have been a powerhouse.
Add a Jewel Andrew
to that.
Isaiah Thorne. I don't know. If you really look at that squad, it'd probably be the majority of your West Indies team in the
going forward.
Yeah, next 5 to 10 years.
Next 5 to 10 years.
Yeah. It's going to be Bishop again, though. A lot better over this from the young man. Just changing his angle.
Variations is going to be important for him here.
It's the pace as well, absolutely key. He's just got to bowl a little quicker here on this pitch on day one. Not the quickest pitch, a little slow.
He comes back with a maiden.
He does. Maybe just showing he's been a class act for this West Indies Academy team. As he said, the leading wicket taker in the regional 4-day championship last season. Once again, he's right up at the top amongst it. And that top 5 wicket takers again.
You know, it was interesting, Mali, because while there was a talk for Michael Louis to get into the West Indies test team, there were some from certain circles who were claiming, well, what about Joshua Bishop? Is he not capable? And I asked one question. Is he better than Moti?
Well, that's the thing. It's up for debate, yeah? Well, I think Moti actually is probably just slightly ahead of him at this stage.
But I did ask that question
Yeah.
because I'm saying it's all well to say that this person's supposed to get into the test lineup there, but that person will have to outbowl somebody who's already in the test lineup. It's
or even a Jamel Warrican.
Right? The selectors are going to have a headache coming into Australia. Warrican was the last man of the series. So automatically you're thinking that Warrican and Moti is going to start if we follow him from what happened in Pakistan. But that might not be the case.
And just to take it a step further, both Warrican and Joshua Bishop both hail from the island of Barbados.
There you go.
So if Bishop was to go back to the Barbados Pride franchise, it will be a real competition for places in terms of the spin bowling options available.
So there we go. So sometimes, and just to emphasize your point, Mali, the original captain for the West Indies Academy, Teddy Bishop, from his 3 games, only scored 98 runs. So again, the lack of form of not having a good start has been hampering the West Indies Academy.
Yeah, they yet to have a batter score 100 this season.
Yeah. Well, Colin Bowen took it.
Oh yes, I forgot. Sorry, I take that back. My bad. I do a real disservice to the young man. What 100 it was as well versus Barbados
at Kensington Oval.
Kensington Oval, day night pink ball.
Yeah.
Yeah. How could I do that? I'm so sorry. I apologize. Colin Bowen took it, improving leaps and bounds, especially with the bat. Was the leading run scorer for the academy last season. Didn't pick up 100, scored quite a few half centuries.
Yeah. So you had Jagasaw with 82, Geese himself, Mali, has been below par based on his quality, 83 runs.
I think we just had Jamal Smith, the head of talent identification in the Cricket West Indies. It's just on screen there, taking in the action.
A lot of work, quite a lot of work to do. But I support your point, Mali, and I think we have to be strategic going forward, because you would have recognized that, you have like a Kirk McKenzie, you got like a Macho Nando,
Thorne as well,
Isaiah Thorne, yeah, maybe kept with this unit here, push for places.
In Thorne's case in particular, I know if he was at the academy, he would have definitely played a lot more cricket than he has in the last 12 months.
Oh, certainly.
I'm not sure. Has he played a game this season yet for the Harpy Eagles?
If he has, it's only been one game.
Only been the one game if he has.
Yeah, and
2 last season as well. So for someone who we thought 12 months on from what we would have seen versus Ireland here, the Ireland Academy here in Antigua overall, here at the CCG, but also at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, it must be said, his development has been botched. And I don't think it's been by the young man himself. It's been by the people that have been entrusted with his development.
And Tony, if you had a chance at the end of that over, Mali, it's 39 overs when we were talking to the West Indies Academy coach this morning, and that was something that I raised with him, because I was saying is that when you develop these players and they go back to the respective franchises, and Mali Richards comes and asks, well, where is Terry? And somebody says, well, Terry only played 1 game, and you had 9, and within the period of time, maybe 1 game within the 12 months. It's really slow for development, really, and even of the player.
And also in terms of information and the lack of information available. We spoke about Jordan Johnson on day 1 of match 1 here, in terms of where is he? 3 rounds have gone. All of a sudden he's just back in the academy. There's no statement. There's no reason as to why he wasn't there. Was he injured?
Nothing.
So I think that's another area in which I think overall in the region we've just got to get better in terms of how we disseminate information, because it's key. we can use it as a barometer for development as well. Because who knows what was Jordan Johnson doing away for? Who knows what he was doing? I think these are the things for such a special talent.
We have to talk about it.
Oh, for sure.
111 for 6. Nelson, as they would say. Remember the famous umpire? The academy just seeming to just going through the motion. They have to believe. They have to believe that they can bowl out this Trinidad and Tobago team.
Yeah, and it's just gotten a bit more gloomy here as well at the CCG. A little darker.
Yeah. I'll be telling Kelvin Pittman to warm up.
Oh, for sure. For sure. Not spin bowling conditions here.
I'll be telling Pittman to warm up here. Maybe even Nathan Edwards will be saying to you. And if not, if a blades comes off, I'll be saying to you on lane, I want you to come from the CIUN.
Definitely. He's got a multitude of options in which to choose from.
Just try something completely different.
And it's on days such as today in which the fast bowlers really earn their corners, they would say. In terms of just being able to bowl those extended spells, quite cool conditions, not too taxing physically. It's not hot at all.
And you don't normally
perfect bowling conditions, really.
I'm just about to say that, Matty. You don't normally get conditions like these. Yeah. So if you get them,
gotta use them.
You gotta be able to use them. Conversation. Somebody gotta get you on lane into the attack. If it's not gonna be Nathan Edwards, it's gotta be Lane.
Yep.
You're going back for Blade still.
And it was Johan Lane who removed the form batter of this championship so far, Jason Mohammed. No feet. Outswinger. And it's been Lane and Edward in particular who have been the main threats with the ability to swing the ball and swing the ball consistently.
And late as well.
Yes.
We saw, as you rightly said, Kelvin Pittman coming into his own. He looked as if he maybe needed a run out the longer, test his fitness. Again, even today, we're talking about the workload management and how do you manage those players. I think if you're fit, Mali, you're supposed to run in and bowl.
You're stressing it, especially in these conditions as well. Too short. That's too short from Blades. He's got to be fuller. Once again, into the pitch. Not that type of pitch, really, to be back of a length consistently. It's got to be fuller at the risk of being driven. That's too easy for the left-handed pair. Just needed to make solid enough contact. He did. Flew away over the head of that man at backward point. So another boundary added to the total. 116 for 6 now.
And Pierre has gone to 17 from 32 deliveries.
Took
While
him.
Joshua De Silva is soaking up the pressure, he's just freeing, scoring easily for Trinidad and Tobago.
And it was those short deliveries from Joshua Bishop would have just gotten him going. 2 long hops outside the off stump. Bringing up boundaries for Pierre. Since then, they've just struggled in terms of containing him.
And there's just another struggle now for the bowlers now, because originally they were trying to attack Pierre, and Pierre now has been the one who's just come forward now in scoring. So they're confused now. Who do we go for? Got to be thinking about going for both.
That's the length. That's the length. At the risk of being driven, Jediah Blades, you've got to be fuller. We've been stressing the conditions here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Overcast, not the quickest pitch just yet. We're hoping that as the game progresses, especially if we don't have any further rain, no further setbacks in that regard, expect this pitch to get quicker. But here on day one, you've got to be full. It's better.
And the thing about it is that rain is expected this evening, Mali.
It is?
Yeah.
Well, it just looks
later this
more
evening.
Gloomy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we'll have an extended day. Or we'll go up.
We might have maybe even start earlier tomorrow.
Earlier tomorrow as well. We'll probably go up to as near 6 o'clock as
they're thinking about going to 6 today.
Yeah.
But tomorrow I could see us maybe starting
at
maybe
9:30.
about maybe 9:30, because we still have another 30-something overs to go.
That's something I noted as well. They've been really slow in terms of the overs and not using the spinners as much as they're accustomed to. Pierre just advancing. How many times have we seen these Trinidad Red Force batters look to advance, especially to the left arm seamers?
$116 for 6. The partnership already is 25, but it's a partnership that the academy has to believe. They know if they get one or two of these, then it could be curtains, but they have to believe.
Got a real opportunity here to bowl out this Red Force, this in-form Red Force batting lineup for 150 or less. We've got to be aiming for that. That's a good delivery. Well played from Pierre.
Experience showing their maturity, and he's never ruffled, Pierre. He's the sort of guy that doesn't show his emotions.
He's quite unassuming, isn't he?
Yeah.
I think he's a bit underrated in this region. Gary Pierre, he's been a valuable performer in the limited overs format, especially in the T20. The Caribbean Premier League. Veteran now, you'd say.
Doesn't matter which franchise he's moved
it
around
doesn't matter. Yeah, he's been with Trinidad and now he's with
St. Lucia.
St. Lucia.
So he's just settled into that role.
St. Lucia Kings.
Sweet piece of fielding there from Jordan Johnson. You know, the first time we saw Jordan Johnson, Mally, outside of him batting, he's a good fielder as well.
He is. He's a live wire. Good to see he's come back this season as well, still with the throw.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
A bit of a throwback. With the afro there, the young man.
There was a time when that used to be one of the most popular. Well, it's coming back slowly but surely. Is Joshua De Silva getting out the boom?
There was a time when it was seen as something that was actually quite threatening to a certain set of people, the afro. But times have changed.
Certainly. There was a time when you never thought that you would see a dreadlocks person working in a bank. So we've come full circle right around.
We've got dreadlocks in schools now. I remember when I was going to school, you couldn't have dreadlocks and go to school. So it's good to see that these things have been relaxed. That one almost creeping back onto the stumps there. Bishop just bowling a bit quicker now, recognizing the slow nature of this pitch.
But he certainly has to. I don't think he has a choice. He should have assessed that from ball one.
Definitely.
You've been out there looking around and you see what's going on. You have to know that your pace has to change.
Yeah, I think it took him an over or so to really work that out. Unlike him, especially these are his home conditions now. You can consider them home conditions.
It is supposed to be home. So he finishes well, and all of a sudden he's just settled into a groove now. His 5 overs now has now cost him 17 runs, but they need wickets. They can't afford to allow these two to just pot away and just build a partnership. They have to take the fight to them.
Yeah, and this is where Bishop will play the role of just helping them to get through the overs, as you would have noted a couple overs ago. Maybe a bit slow in getting through the overs, the 4 pacers, but with the addition of Bishop, who is quite quick through his overs, maybe about a minute or so, it takes him to get through an over. That in itself can be quite disconcerting for his fast bowling partner. But in these conditions shouldn't be too much of a problem.
Edwards is back for his second spell.
Yeah, he is, and he's got to be back.
But before Edwards, I would have gone for Lane just for 2.
I think Yogi Lane really loves bowling from this
I
pavilion
know,
end.
but I would have just
it around.
just to give them something to think about. One might have just scuttled under.
And I don't think Nathan Edwards as well would be fancying too much bowling from this end.
I think that
considering the amount of movement he would have got through the air
from that end,
from the CIU road end.
So he started with 2 slips. Here goes Edwards.
He's pushing that front line once again. Nathan Edward. I had a look at that one. He is inching up. As we said, he's really added in terms of the intensity to his run-up. Looking to really attack the crease. Hit that crease quite hard. Maybe just having a word with the umpire, asking him, am I just creeping up a bit there, as you can see? Just creeping up on that front line a little bit.
He did give him that indication as well, too, that he was pretty close.
Yeah.
You were right on the money, Malik.
Yeah, I'd like to see him a bit more half-half at this stage. Just
yeah.
a bit more half and half.
And maybe just change the angles too. As you were talking, that's almost important. The Mohammed Amirs and company, where they deliver from was also very key, like there.
Once again, bit of swing.
Yeah. But he's going to get swing naturally.
Yeah, and it's, as we said, in these conditions, as it's just gotten a bit darker as well.
You have to believe. They have to believe.
Got to get another slip. Got to get another slip.
Have to. You can't be waiting. 3 slips.
Got 2 and a gully at the moment.
But I think they need 3, really.
Definitely need 3. We see Johnson just lurking in that area. He's going into... They're going to have 2 gullies almost. A short... What is that? What do you call that position? Catching point?
I don't know. Not for a carry pair.
Oh, almost in that region. We went in the air right there. So, some creative stuff this from Akeem Ogis. Almost working.
Let's see, Mali.
To the West Indies Academy's advantage. Once again, left-hander, left arm over, thinking the ball is there to drive.
But it's just not there.
Not quite. Ends up taking the outside half. Luckily for Pear, didn't carry through to Jordan Johnson.
They got to believe. They have to believe. They have to believe. Got to stay on their feet. They got to still believe. Believe that anything is possible.
I think he can get a 3rd slip in as well with that catching point. Gets right across his stumps. This time does De Silva. Another batter who just looks like he has a extra split second or so. Especially coming down to this level, as you'd say.
119 for 6. And the thing about it, the coach Ryan Emret, in speaking to Terry this morning, says that, he had a long chat with Joshua De Silva, who was very upset that he got dropped in Pakistan. And, he had to explain to him, life reasons as to, how things happen. And so you can't worry about that. You got to put that behind you and come and go and work again, really. And that can play with your mind mentally, really. It was a bold move by the West Indies selectors at that time, Mali, to leave out Joshua De Silva in Pakistan.
Yeah,
because they don't normally go down that road. They always tend to be conservative. So for that Andrew Coley and his selection staff to make that move, that was a bold move.
And he was left out, I think, not just for a string of low scores, but also for his wicket-keeping form.
His wicket-keeping form. I think that must be demonstrated and illustrated. Hammered down the ground, more bottom hand than anything else coming into play there. That, as you rightly said, Mali, didn't really didn't swing, and he was just able to use the bottom hand, just really clobbered it more or less, and it raced away down to the boundary for 4. Partnership now gone up to 32 from some 81 deliveries. Umpires having a discussion about the light.
Yeah, the best thing about that stroke from Joshua De Silva was the head positioning. Wasn't quite there for the drive. As you said, got the head in a very good position. Threw the hands at it. Top, bottom hand coming through quite a bit. But maybe, once again, just showing his class at this first-class level here in the West Indies. Josh De Silva coming off twin hundreds in the previous match versus the Leeward Islands.
And the mid-off at that point in time, Ali, was just a bit too close and really should have been straighter, especially for Edwards, with the informed Joshua De Silva batting. something that fielders and the captain gonna have to kind of work on, because normally, if that mid-on was straight, the ball would have just gone straight to the mid-on fielder.
Yeah,
But because he was so close and so wide, it was easy for him to get an easy boundary.
He's bowled quite a couple quite sharp bumpers, as Nathan Edward earlier today. But I think that's one area which I still think is gonna get better and has to, in terms of that pace. Just finding a yard there in terms of his lines and lengths, and just honing in on the right areas. But if he could just find a yard or two, it'll make him an even more difficult proposition, especially with his ability to swing the ball.
And we keep talking about his bowling. He's also a very decent batsman as well.
He's a cricketer.
Yeah.
He's a cricketer.
Natural athlete.
Yeah, he's neither a batter or a bowler. He's a cricketer, and I think we've got to be looking to develop more cricketers in the region.
I love that, Mali. Rather than saying that some people are white ball specialists and some people are, I like the word that you're using, Mali. Develop a cricketer.
Yeah, the different formats are still games of cricket. And I think if you're a cricketer, you can contribute in more than one discipline. You're multifaceted. It just makes you a very, very valuable addition to any team.
And even when you go into team selection, you want a three-dimensional player.
Yes.
You want somebody who can bat, bowl, and field.
Yes.
Here is Pierre having a go. Hit this one into the stand for 6. Just for a moment, we thought Pittman had a chance, but I think it's only to retrieve.
Yeah, the first one we've seen actually tossed up. This one actually spun a bit, but spun right into the middle of a Carrie Pierre's bat. Just a little too full from Joshua Bishop. Bit too much air. Pierre didn't even have to advance. Just stood from his crease, launched it down the ground. As you said, Pittman would have thought he had a chance at first, but sailed some 10 yards back or so.
And Pierre himself being a left-arm spinner, he's maybe saying, not today, Bishop.
Yeah, left-arm spinner. Left-arm spinner. Both orthodox left-arm spinners as well.
Yeah, not today. I saw that.
As we're seeing just a bit of turn now from Joshua Bishop.
Must be encouraging for Pierre. Pierre must be smiling. He must be saying, wow, okay. If you're getting that kind of turn, what do you think is going to happen on the second and third day?
Here on day 1. Turn and bounce. Good take. Well watched. Pierre on to 24. Jason Mohammed top scoring with 32. Josh De Silva 30. Not out.
Light meter comes out by Bernard Joseph, the standby umpire, Mali. So they're going to be testing the light.
Yeah, it is.
We maybe might have an early day here.
It's gotten a bit gloomy.
Still feel it's good enough, providing if Nathan Edwards is swinging the ball around like that, then you certainly have to be thinking about the light. Joshua De Silva is, they're saying, we don't want to go off yet, umps.
I think also as well in terms of Joshua Bishop and Johan Lane. Does Johan Lane come into the attack? Also with the light now coming into play.
That's what we were talking about. Joshua De Silva is heading to the hut. Looks as if, are we sure they've called it that? Strange.
Yeah.
They haven't tested yet. So
I think they're just testing.
They're just about testing.
But both sets of players are going off.
So
looks like bad light is gonna bring yet another.
So a conversation must have been said.
Delay in play here at the CCG.
You mean they're gonna come back out?
Carrie Pierre 24 off of 48. Joshua De Silva 30 off 67. The pick of the bowlers for the West Indies Academy. Johan Yogi Lane with 4 for 20 from his 12 overs.
So interesting times here, Mali. The fielders have been going to take a break. More or less, we could say they're going back to their respective. Don't know if they're finished for the day.
I'm not sure either, but the batters are actually taking pads off.
Their pads off. It's 5:02 now.
And thigh pads as well, so it could be play for the day based on what we're seeing.
Pretty interesting.
Very interesting indeed. We've had a truncated day. Had that rain delay earlier as well.
Has the light got that bad?
I'm not sure if it is. And if it was that bad. I think the West Indies Academy could have employed another spinner as well, just to keep the game going.
I thought as much that the way we may, even a Rivaldo Clark.
Yeah.
You I mean, would have been maybe effective here, but based on the readings, Mali, I think you hit the nail on the head. It looks as if that's it for the day, because some spectators who are here, they are moving around.
I don't expect the light to get any better.
Oh, we certainly don't.
We don't have the use of the floodlights here either.
Well, the floodlights are here, but I don't know if they have decided that they're going to use them. That's another conversation again.
That's exactly what you're saying. The use of the floodlights. As you can see, the bulbs are off. We've seen in Test cricket and around the world, especially in situations such as this, the use of lights in order to keep play going.
But that doesn't look here now. Let's see what's happening. Are the feelers coming back, or they went to take a water break? I'm just trying to just figure out what is going to be the final decision by the umpires. I don't see the standby Bernard Joseph is coming back out now.
I'm taking my cues as well from the ground staff. They look to be
as if
readying
they're
themselves
ready
for the covers.
To come on. Play was expected, Mali, to finish at 6 o'clock. It's now 5:04, and they're calling the captain. So they're calling the West Indies Cricket Academy captain. Is also Joshua De Silva going to be coming out into this conversation? He certainly should be in this conversation as well. Because to be honest with you, I don't know, Mali. When I saw the academy going off, I don't know if the umpires had given the all clear that that play was finished as yet. They were maybe testing, and I think that you would have to wait until when the umpires' testing is over. Don't think you can just get off the field just like that. The umpire is having a discussion here with the West Indies Academy captain now. But I don't think play would have been called off. I might be wrong, Mali, based on what I would have seen.
But to take cues from what Joshua De Silva and Carrie Pear would have done as soon as they crossed those ropes, they would have taken their pads off. And not just their pads, thigh pads and inner thigh pad as well.
Everything.
That would have suggested that they were done for the day.
Yeah. And now it looks like play is done. So, Mali, I think that's it. We'll have to wait to find out what time they will start tomorrow. Tomorrow I could see it.
I anticipate 9:30 start, especially
tomorrow.
with the way this day would have ended as well.
Yeah, bit of a trouble here. But it's been a day that lots of things have happened. That's all I can say to you. And as I speak to you, we go to Sabina Park just to give a quick round up before Mali just rounds out. Kevlin Anderson, Mali, has scored 100.
That's another 100.
Yeah, so he's moving.
It's good to see him scoring hundreds away from the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
He might say to you, Mali,
that's the next stage of his development, and he's showing that, one of the graduates of this West Indies Academy program. One of the success stories, you must say.
Oh, yes, certainly. So we can book that down. This is the second century so far of round 4. We already had 19 before this one, so we've now had 21. Not bad.
I think Shadrach Descati was approaching 100.
Yeah. So
I'll
go look for that and see if he did get there. He did?
Yes.
Okay.
They put on over 120.
Oh my gosh. So 100 there. So 3 centuries so far. On day 1 in round 4.
Good to see.
Interesting conversation, Mali. Interesting conversation. So, Mali, I think we can give it a round up.
Yeah, just a quick wrap of how things would have gone today. West Indies Academy would have won the toss. Elected.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
put
Trinidad Tobago in
Red
the
Force into bat. It's been a struggle for the Red Force. They've ended on 129 for 6. Jason Mohammed top scoring with 32 off 55. Amir Jangu 22 off 55 as well. Joshua De Silva not out 30 from 67 deliveries, 3 boundaries, and Carrie Pierre 24 of 48 deliveries, 3 boundaries, and that 1-6. Pick of the bowlers, as we said, Johan Lane, 4 for 20 from his 12 overs, bowled 4 maidens as well. Jediah Blades and Nathan Edward also picking up 1 wicket. So it's fair to say that they belong to the West Indies Academy, but with still some 3 days yet to go in this match. A long, long way to go. Still 4 wickets for them to get. Trinidad will be hoping to at least scratch up to 200 or so, to at least post a competitive enough total, especially for this West Indies Academy team who has been struggling for runs.
Well, just to give you a 360 roundup, Mali. Windward Island Volcanoes, 333 for 6. Chris Gale's highest test score, 73.1 overs. Pescati, 190 not out. And Ryan John is on 60, Mali, not out. 5 fours and 3 sixes. Leaves have gone to sleep. And this is after O'Shane Thomas, who have picked up 4 for 45 from his 14 overs. So we can't fault O'Shane today.
Definitely not. O'Shane Thomas, he's put his hand up, put in a performance. That's what we wanted to see from him. It's kind of started in the last round in that second innings versus Jamaica, where he just started to find a bit of rhythm. But good to see him. At least he's looking for a fifer there.
And just to give you an idea, the Barbados Pride versus the Combined Campuses and Colleges. Combined Campuses and Colleges bowled over for 262. Barbados Pride starting off with 20 without loss. So, hey, a lot taking place in terms of cricket. Barbados, St. Lucia, Jamaica, Antigua and Barbuda. And from us here, Mali, at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies, we will be back tomorrow by 9:20, 9:25 to bring more cricket coverage for you, with rain expected later this evening. And if we have rain later this evening, so that we will have a slow start tomorrow morning again.
Let's hope it isn't too much rain, and at least tomorrow at 9:30 we can start bright and early, on time.
On time. All right, so on behalf of the entire crew, Mali, Terry, and myself, we're out of here. Guyana Harp Eagles, 207 for 2, as we close out the sports, or 360 sports roundup. Thank you very much, our technical crew. Here, 360 TV. We're out of here.